It is smaller than a human hand, and it is the most dangerous thing that has ever existed in the galaxy. To look at a single flood infection form, a small, pale, many-legged thing, soft-bodied and almost pitiable, scuttling across the floor of some silent and abandoned place, is to look at something that appears far too fragile to matter. It can be crushed underfoot. It can be burned away in an instant. On its own, isolated, a single one of them is very nearly harmless, and this is the first and most dangerous of the many deceptions the flood practices upon everything that encounters it. Because that small and fragile thing is not an animal, and it is not, in any sense that biology would recognize, acting for itself. It is a single cell of something incomprehensibly larger, a fragment of an organism that does not measure itself in individuals, but in worlds consumed. An organism that has ended civilization so far beyond humanity, in power and knowledge, that the comparison is almost meaningless. An organism that once brought about the extinction of the godlike Forerunners, and that has, across the long, dark history of the galaxy, done the same to others, whose names not even the Forerunners remembered. The flood does not conquer worlds, it consumes them, entirely, down to the last living mind, and it grows stronger and more intelligent with everything it takes. And the most terrible truth about it, the one that sits beneath all the others, waiting at the very bottom of this story, is that the flood is not a natural disease at all. It was made. It was chosen. It is what remains of something that was once greater than gods, and that decided, in its dying rage, to become a plague. If you find comfort in drifting off to deep lore and the strange and vast biologies that haunt the dark between the stars, consider subscribing. It helps these stories find you on the nights when sleep needs a steady voice to follow into the dark. And if you are listening from somewhere in the world right now, leave a note in the comments telling me where you are and what hour the clock shows. There is a quiet comfort in knowing the same story reaches so many different rooms across the turning of one long night. Let us begin. To understand the flood, one must begin where the flood itself begins, with every world it takes, with a single host and a single spore. The infection form is the smallest and most numerous stage of the organism, and it is, in the truest biological sense, the beginning of everything the flood becomes. It is easy to underestimate it. That is, as noted, the point. The infection form does not look like the end of a civilization. It looks like a thing that might be swatted away, stepped on, burned, or ignored entirely, and in the very early stages of an outbreak, a single one of them can indeed be dealt with simply and finally. This is not an accident. The flood has had longer than most civilizations have existed to refine the way it presents itself to the worlds it intends to consume, and the lesson it has learned, or perhaps always knew, is that the most effective opening move is the one that is not recognized as a move at all. The infection form is roughly the size of a large hand, though its dimensions vary somewhat, depending on the host material available during its development. Its body is soft, pale, largely translucent in certain lighting, with a texture that resembles something between wet clay and the underside of a deep-sea organism, smooth in some places, ridged in others, with a surface that seems to shift faintly as the creature moves, as if the tissue beneath is in constant, slow rearrangement. It moves on multiple limbs, 6 primary appendages arranged radially around the central body mass, each one jointed at multiple points and capable of independent articulation. And it moves with an unsettling efficiency, not the frantic scramble of a frightened creature, but the deliberate, unhurried locomotion of something that has a destination and knows exactly where it is going. There is no visible face in any conventional sense, no eyes that register in familiar ways, no mouth oriented toward the front of the body. The infection form does not experience its environment through the senses most living creatures depend upon. It senses warmth. It senses movement. It senses, in ways that biology is still only beginning to characterize, the presence of viable neural tissue, the specific chemical and electrical signature of a living nervous system. And once it has detected that signature, it moves toward it with a patience and a certainty that does not waver. The air in a room containing even a small number of infection forms carries a quality that survivors have described with notable consistency across species. A faint sweetness, almost imperceptible, overlaid with something beneath it that resists easy classification. Not quite rot, not quite musk, something older than either, something that the body registers as wrong before the mind has time to form the thought. The temperature in the immediate vicinity of a cluster of infection forms runs slightly higher than the surrounding environment, a byproduct of their metabolic activity, and this warmth pools and drifts in ways that feel, in enclosed spaces, almost like breath. The infection form's singular purpose, the only thing its entire biological architecture is constructed to accomplish, is to find a living body with a sufficiently complex nervous system and take it. When an infection form identifies a viable host, it does not hesitate. It moves to close the distance, and when it reaches the host, it does not bite, does not sting, does not inject in the way that parasitic organisms typically introduce themselves into a body. It burrows. The leading edge of its central body mass is capable of penetrating soft tissue with a speed and efficiency that is startling given the apparent fragility of the creature, and once initial penetration is achieved, it drives inward with a force that the softness of its exterior does not prepare an observer to expect. The infection form is going somewhere specific. It knows exactly where it needs to be, and it navigates through tissue and muscle with a directional certainty that implies something more than simple biological reflex. It is seeking the base of the host's central nervous system, the deep neural architecture that governs fundamental bodily function, the architecture that, once accessed, gives whoever holds it control of everything above. The host experiences this. In almost every documented case involving subjects who were retrieved and treated before the process was complete, a vanishingly rare outcome, but one that occurred often enough during the Forerunners research period to produce records, the reported experience is one of sudden, overwhelming intrusion, a physical sensation unlike anything in the normal register of pain, followed almost immediately by a progressive dimming of voluntary function. Witnesses have described watching the process from the outside, the initial convulsion, the brief and desperate resistance, the eyes going still and distant as the infection form achieves its grip on the neural pathways, and then a stillness settling over the host's face that is not the stillness of death, but something subtler, more disturbing, the stillness of a place that has just been vacated, a house whose lights have gone out while the walls remain standing. The infection form, once positioned at the neural base, releases a cascade of biological agents into the host's system. These agents are not poison, not in any conventional sense. They do not kill, they rewrite. Rapidly and systematically, they begin suppressing the host's higher cognitive functions, the personality, the memory, the self, the fear. Not destroying these things outright, but pushing them aside, overwriting the signals that govern voluntary behavior, seizing the neural pathways that run from the brain down through the spine and out into the musculature, and rerouting them. The host's body remains. The host does not. This is the crucial and horrifying efficiency of the flood, the thing that distinguishes it from every other parasitic organism that biology has ever documented. It does not waste. A predator kills its prey and takes from the body what it needs, discarding the rest. A conventional parasite uses its host as a resource until the resource is exhausted. The flood does neither of these things. The flood takes the body, intact and functional, and repurposes it. It does not need to build its soldiers from nothing, because every victim provides the raw material for the next stage of the infection. The body that was a person, a soldier, a researcher, a pilot, a civilian, is, within moments of a successful infection, being redesigned from within for an entirely different purpose, and that purpose is the continuation and acceleration of the flood's spread. The transformation is not slow. It is not the gradual process that the word infection typically implies. The biological agents the infection form introduces work quickly, driven by an urgency that is one of the few things about the flood that could be described as impatient, because the flood, in all other respects, demonstrates a patience that is almost geologic, almost incomprehensible in its stillness. But the transformation of a host is the one process it does not allow to linger. Within minutes, sometimes less, the changes become visible from the outside. The muscles swell and reorient, dense new fibers growing with a speed that should not be biologically possible, packed into configurations that prioritize force and endurance over the fine motor control the host once possessed. The skeletal structure shifts, some bones thickening and reinforcing, others splitting and recombining into new configurations suited to the flood's requirements rather than the host's original purpose. The skin begins to change texture and color, darkening in places, splitting in others, to accommodate the structural changes beneath. And through the new splits, tendons and organic cables emerge, additional support structures, control apparatus, the flood installing its own architecture inside the frame it has claimed. The face, typically, remains partially recognizable. This is not sentiment on the flood's part. It is simply the result of the changes prioritizing function. The jaw becomes stronger, the orbital structures reinforce, the soft tissues rearrange, but the underlying bone structure of the face often survives the transformation largely intact, which creates the particular horror of encountering a combat form up close. The thing that was a person is visibly still present in the geometry of what it has become, while everything that made it a person is entirely gone. The sounds of the transformation, documented in recordings recovered from infected installations and vessels, are consistent and specific. A wet, dense, structural shifting, the sound of materials being remade under pressure, interspersed with the creak of new architecture settling into place. It is not a loud process. The flood does not make unnecessary noise. The transformation proceeds in the same patient, efficient register as everything else the organism does. Not dramatic, not theatrical, simply thorough. And then the combat form rises. The dead do not rest in a flood outbreak. They rise, remade, and turn upon those they had stood beside only moments before, driven now not by any remnant of what they were, but by the infection form nested at their neural base, which operates the reclaimed body with a mechanical efficiency that does not require the host's cooperation and does not acknowledge the host's prior existence in any way. The combat form moves differently than the person it was. The gait changes, the posture changes, the way it orients to its environment changes. There is no self-consciousness in a combat form, no hesitation, no self-preservation instinct in the way that term usually applies. Only the flood's imperative, translated into movement. Find the living, reach them, spread the infection further. It is worth pausing here, in this earliest stage of what the flood is, to register a question that the infection form's behavior raises immediately, and that the flood's later stages will force into sharper and sharper focus. What is governing this? The infection form is a small organism. It has no brain in any meaningful sense. The coordination it demonstrates, the purposeful movement toward neural tissue, the precise navigation through the host body to the correct biological destination, the release of exactly the right cascade of agents in exactly the right sequence, implies direction, implies a logic operating above and behind what the infection form itself could plausibly contain. The combat form, once risen, operates with an efficiency that a mindless organism should not be capable of. It does not attack randomly. It prioritizes. It moves with a tactical awareness of its environment, that cannot be explained by simple biological reflex. And yet the flood, at this stage, appears mindless. A small outbreak, a handful of infection forms and their resulting combat forms, seems to operate on pure instinct, driven by nothing more sophisticated than the imperative to spread. This appearance is very convincing. It has convinced many civilizations, in the moments before those civilizations were consumed, that what they faced was simply a disease, a manageable problem, something that intelligence and strategy and force could contain and overcome. This appearance is the second great deception the flood practices. Something is watching behind the swarm. Something has always been watching, and the closer one looks at the infection form, at the precision of its biology, the efficiency of its purpose, the sophistication of the cascade it introduces into a host, the harder it becomes to believe that this small and apparently simple creature arrived at its current form through ordinary evolutionary processes. It is too precise. It is too efficient. It is optimized in a way that natural selection alone, even across very long timescales, struggles to fully account for. The flood did not become what it is through accident. And the question of what it actually is, what shaped it, what drives it, what waits at the center of the swarm behind the mask of mindlessness, is the question this story is built to answer. But that answer sits at the bottom of a very long descent, and to reach it, one must follow the flood further. The infection form has done its work, the combat form has risen, the outbreak has its first soldiers, and each of those soldiers is both a weapon and a seed, each of them carrying within them the potential for further spread, each of them moving now into the spaces where the living still remain. What the flood does next with the bodies it has claimed, the staggering efficiency with which it builds its arsenal from the dead, is where the true scale of its biological architecture begins to reveal itself. The combat form is not a monster in the way that word is usually meant. Monsters, in the traditions of most species that have produced traditions, are things that exist outside the natural order, aberrations, violations of the way things are supposed to work, creatures whose horror derives from their wrongness relative to everything around them. The combat form is not wrong in that sense. It is, in its own deeply unsettling way, exactly right. It is the flood's biology, operating precisely as it was designed to operate, producing precisely the result it was designed to produce, with an elegance and efficiency that, if one can hold the horror at sufficient remove to examine it clearly, is almost difficult not to find remarkable. This is an organism that has solved, at the cellular level, a problem that most predatory life forms approach only crudely: how to take the defensive and offensive capabilities of another species, already developed and field-tested across that species' entire evolutionary history, and repurpose them entirely for the predator's own ends, not in generations, not across years of adaptation, but in minutes, using the raw material that the prey itself provides. The combat form begins, as established, with the infection form achieving neural control of a viable host. But neural control is only the first step, and what follows it is where the true biological ambition of the flood reveals itself. The infection form does not simply operate the host body as it finds it. It rebuilds it. The cascade of agents it releases into the host system is not a single-purpose chemical signal, but a complex, multi-stage biological program. A sequence of instructions written into the flood's simplest organism with a sophistication that the Forerunner researchers who studied it found, even at the height of their civilization's scientific capability, deeply difficult to fully decode. The program has a clear directive: take this body, which was built for purposes the flood has no interest in, and remodel it for the purposes the flood requires. Do this quickly. Do this thoroughly. Waste nothing. The muscular restructuring is the most immediately visible aspect of the transformation, and it is the aspect that most clearly illustrates the flood's design philosophy. The host's original musculature is not discarded. The flood does not tear out what is there and replace it with something new. That would be wasteful, and the flood is never wasteful. Instead, the existing muscle tissue is rapidly and aggressively augmented. New fibers are grown at a rate that has no parallel in normal biological processes, packed in dense layers around and between the original structure, reorienting the mechanical advantage of the entire system away from the fine motor control and postural sophistication that the host originally required, and toward the blunt priorities of flood combat: raw force, sustained output, resistance to physical damage. A combat form derived from a human host is measurably stronger than the human was, often significantly so, and this strength comes not from any new biological material the flood introduces, but from the radical redistribution and augmentation of what was already present. The body donates itself to its own repurposing. The skeletal changes follow a similar logic, but produce more dramatic visible results. Bone is a living tissue, and the flood's biological agents act upon it accordingly, accelerating remodeling processes that normally occur over months or years and compressing them into the transformation window. Load-bearing bones thicken and reinforce, laying down new calcium structures in patterns that prioritize impact resistance over the weight efficiency that upright bipedal locomotion normally demands. Other bones are altered more radically. The clavicles shift, the shoulder complex widens and restructures to accommodate the new muscle mass and to lower the center of gravity in a way that makes the combat form more stable under conditions of physical stress. The spine changes its curvature, the hips rotate. The result is a posture that is distinctly not the posture of the host species, hunched in some cases, splayed in others, always carrying a quality of forward-weighted readiness that marks the combat form as something that is no longer primarily interested in standing upright and looking at the horizon. It is interested in closing distance and making contact, and its body has been rebuilt to prioritize exactly that. The most anatomically striking changes, however, are the ones that are additions rather than modifications. The structures the flood builds from scratch within and across the host body, using the host's own biological resources as raw material. Through the new splits in the skin that the rapid structural changes produce, organic growth emerges, dense, cord-like tendons that run along the exterior of the limbs, providing additional structural support, and in some cases functioning as secondary mechanical leverage systems. Clusters of what appear to be sensory organs, though their exact function remains partially characterized, positioned at joints and along the spine, and, most distinctively, the protrusions and extensions that emerge from the upper body of most combat forms, elongated organic structures that have been interpreted variously as additional limbs, as stabilizers, as display structures, and as combat implements, though the functional truth is likely that they serve several of these purposes simultaneously. The flood does not build for single purposes. Every structure it produces serves multiple functions, because efficiency is the organizing principle of everything the flood does. The face of the combat form warrants its own consideration, because it is the aspect of the transformation that carries the most psychological weight for those who encounter it. The face changes, the jaw reinforces, the orbital structures thicken, the soft tissues shift, and in places split or are absorbed into the new architecture. But the underlying skeletal geometry of the face, the basic structural arrangement that made the host recognizable as an individual, often survives largely intact beneath the changes. This means that a combat form derived from someone known to the people who encounter it is recognizable. The shape of the face is there, the proportions are there. What is not there, what is absent in a way that registers immediately and viscerally to any observer, is the person. The eyes of a combat form are changed in quality before they are changed in structure. They are present, they move, They track, but the thing looking out from behind them is not what was there before, and this wrongness communicates itself to every social species that has ever encountered the flood. Because every social species has spent its entire evolutionary history learning to read faces, learning to find the person behind the eyes, and what a combat form shows them when they look for that person is an absence so complete it reads as a kind of active erasure. The smells of an active infection site are specific and persistent. The combat form itself carries a biological signature that is distinct from the host's original scent, a dense, organic complexity, warm and slightly sweet at its top notes, with something deeper beneath that registers as neither animal nor plant, but as a third thing, something that the olfactory system catalogues without being able to properly classify. In enclosed environments, the corridors of a station, the interior of a vessel, the sealed rooms of a research installation, this smell accumulates and thickens as an outbreak grows, becoming in advanced cases a physical presence in the air, something that can be tasted as well as smelled, that coats the interior of the throat and sits in the chest with a heaviness that survivors describe as one of the most enduringly disturbing sensory memories of flood encounters. The smell does not go away quickly, it penetrates surfaces. Long after a flood outbreak has been contained or destroyed, the spaces it occupied retain a trace of it, a ghost of the organic complexity that filled them, a reminder that something was here that is not supposed to exist. The combat form's behavioral programming, as delivered and maintained by the infection form at its neural base, is precise in its priorities and relentless in their execution. Find the living, close the distance, generate new hosts through whatever means the transformed body makes available. The combat form's enhanced musculature makes it capable of physically overpowering most host species, and the flood is not particular about the method by which a new infection is achieved, only about the outcome. The combat form does not eat, does not sleep, does not tire in any conventional sense. The flood has overridden the host body's normal systems for managing energy and fatigue, pushing output past what the original biological architecture would have sustained, burning the host body's resources at a rate that a living person would not survive for long, but that the flood's purposes do not require to be sustained for long, because the combat form is not intended to be a permanent structure. It is a transitional form. It is what the host body becomes on its way to being used for other things. This is the point at which the flood's design philosophy becomes fully apparent in all its cold efficiency. The combat form is not the end product of the infection. It is a stage. The body that has been seized and remade into a combat form is, from the flood's perspective, still a resource in the process of being allocated, and the combat form's primary function, beyond spreading the infection further, is to contribute to the growing biological mass that the flood requires for its next stages of development. When the flood has sufficient biomass in a given area, when enough bodies have been transformed and enough hosts consumed, the organism begins to do something with all of that accumulated material that goes far beyond what a simple parasitic infection could account for. But that is ahead of this accounting, and the flood's next developmental stage requires context before it can be properly understood. Because the combat form, for all its horror, is only the most numerous and most immediately visible element of the flood's early-stage arsenal. The organism does not equip itself with only one tool. The flood has, across time spans that dwarf the histories of most civilizations, developed a biological toolkit of remarkable sophistication, and the combat form is only the first and simplest instrument in that toolkit. Already, in an outbreak that has produced its first wave of combat forms, the flood is making decisions, allocating resources, directing development, assigning purposes to the bodies it has collected, that a mindless swarm, driven by pure biological reflex, should not be capable of making. Not every host that the infection form claims becomes a combat form. The flood assesses each new host with a speed that is difficult to credit, given the apparent simplicity of the infection form doing the assessing, and on the basis of that assessment, it routes the host's transformation in different directions, producing different end results suited to different needs. The logic of these allocations is consistent and purposeful across every outbreak that has ever been documented. Larger hosts, hosts with robust musculature and dense physical structures, tend to become combat forms. Hosts whose biological architecture offers other advantages, particular chemical compositions, particular physical properties, particular capacities for rapid cellular reproduction, are directed toward different transformations. And some hosts are not transformed into soldiers at all. Some hosts are transformed into something that is, in its own way, even more disturbing than the combat form, the Flood's instruments for ensuring that there are always more combat forms to come. The outbreak grows. Each combat form moves into spaces still occupied by the living, and the mathematics of what follows are remorseless in their simplicity. Each new infection generates more combat forms. Each combat form creates opportunities for further infection, and the rate of growth in a contained environment, a ship, a station, a sealed installation, is not arithmetic, but geometric. The Flood does not add to itself. It multiplies. And in the quiet between one wave of transformation and the next, in the brief intervals when the sounds of active infection have stilled, and the environment has not yet processed what has happened to it, there is a quality to the silence that survivors consistently describe not as peace, but as anticipation, the sense of something gathering itself. Something assessing what it has and what it needs, something preparing the next step with a patience and a purpose that the chaos of the infection's first moments does not suggest and does not advertise. Something is deciding. Something has been deciding from the moment the first infection form found its host. And the evidence of that decision-making is written into every combat form, every allocation choice, every purposeful navigation of the Outbreak's development. Written there for anyone willing to look past the surface horror of the transformation and ask what, exactly, is doing the writing. The combat form does not ask that question. It is not capable of asking questions. It is a tool, built from a person, used for a purpose, and when the Flood is finished with it, it will be used for other purposes still. The body that was a person has become a vehicle, and the vehicle has been put to work, and the work continues without pause or hesitation, or any acknowledgement of what was lost in the transition. The dead do not rest here. They have been given too much to do. There is a moment in every Flood outbreak that represents a threshold of understanding, not for the Flood, which understands what it is doing from the beginning, but for anyone observing it from the outside, anyone attempting to categorize what they are facing and determine how to respond. That moment arrives when the pattern of the outbreak becomes visible, when it becomes clear that not every infected host has been transformed into the same thing. When the evidence accumulates in the distribution and behavior of the Flood's various forms, that the organism is not simply seizing bodies and producing copies of a single template, but is instead doing something far more deliberate, assessing each new host, evaluating what that host's biological material is best suited to produce, and allocating the transformation accordingly. When this pattern becomes visible, the question that follows it is immediate and deeply uncomfortable. If the Flood is making allocation decisions, if something within the outbreak is evaluating hosts and assigning them to different developmental paths, then what is making those decisions, and from where? The carrier form is the piece of evidence that makes this question impossible to avoid. Where the combat form represents the Flood's solution to the problem of immediate violence, how to produce, quickly and from available material, a physical force capable of spreading the infection through direct contact with the living, the carrier form represents the Flood's solution to a different and in some ways more fundamental problem: how to ensure that the infection reaches targets the combat form cannot reach, spreads into spaces the combat form cannot easily access, and continues to seed new outbreaks, even in areas where direct physical combat is not the optimal delivery mechanism. The carrier form is not a soldier. It is infrastructure. It is the flood thinking not about the next engagement, but about the next wave of engagements. Not about the hosts immediately available, but about the hosts that will become available once the current outbreak has done its preparatory work. The transformation of a host into a carrier form follows the same initial pathway as the combat form's development. Infection form achieving neural control, the cascade of biological agents beginning their rewrite, but diverges sharply once the flood's assessment of the host's material has been completed. Where the combat form transformation prioritizes muscular augmentation and skeletal reinforcement, the carrier form transformation prioritizes a single biological function above all others, the production and storage of infection forms. The host body is systematically hollowed of the structures that supported its original function and replaced with biological apparatus dedicated entirely to this purpose. The torso expands, sometimes dramatically, as new internal structures develop. Dense, layered sacks of organic material that serve as incubation chambers, manufacturing and sustaining infection forms in numbers that a single host body, redirected toward this purpose, can produce in quantities that are genuinely difficult to credit until they have been witnessed. The extremities, in many carrier form variants, atrophy or are partially reabsorbed, the biological resources they represented redirected inward to support the production apparatus. The resulting form is bloated, slow, physically much less capable of the kind of directed violence that the combat form specializes in, and entirely, deliberately incapable of it, because violence is not the carrier form's assignment. The carrier form's assignment is simpler and, in the arithmetic of an outbreak, more important. Walk into the midst of the living and rupture. The rupture of a mature carrier form releases a cloud of infection forms that the incubation chambers within it have been producing and storing since the transformation was complete. In an enclosed environment, the kind of enclosed environment that flood outbreaks most commonly begin within, stations and ships and sealed installations where the living have gathered for protection and where there are limited routes of escape, this release is catastrophic in a way that the combat form, for all its physical lethality, cannot match. A combat form must reach its target. It can be shot, burned, contained behind a sealed door, held at distance by sufficient firepower. The carrier form does not need to reach its target. It only needs to get close enough, and the infection forms it releases on rupture will do the rest. Small, fast, capable of navigating obstacles and seeking the warmth of living nervous systems, with the patient directional certainty that the flood builds into its simplest stage. A single carrier form, rupturing in a crowded space, can initiate dozens of simultaneous infections. The outbreak does not grow by addition in these moments. It grows by sudden, catastrophic multiplication. The air in a room where a carrier form has ruptured carries a very specific quality in the moments immediately following, a dense, warm, almost sweet exhalation, the contained atmosphere of the incubation chambers, released all at once into the surrounding space, carrying with it the small and purposeful forms that the flood has been preparing for exactly this moment. The temperature spikes briefly and then stabilizes. The sound, if there is anyone left in a position to register the sound, is a wet, pressurized release, organic and immediate, the sound of biological material in rapid expansion. And then, in the space of a few seconds, the infection forms are moving, spreading through the available space in all directions at once, finding the thermal signatures of the living with the same unhurried purpose that a single infection form demonstrates when it crosses a floor alone. There is no wasted motion. There is no exploratory searching. The infection forms released by a carrier form know, in whatever sense the word applies to organisms of their apparent simplicity, where they are going. This is where the evidence of higher-level direction within the outbreak becomes most difficult to explain away. The carrier form's development requires planning, not planning in the sense of a general reviewing a map and issuing orders, but planning in the sense of an allocation decision made early in the outbreak that takes into account not only the immediate tactical situation, but the medium-term progression of the infection. How will this outbreak grow beyond its first wave of combat forms? How will it reach targets that combat forms cannot easily reach? How will it sustain its rate of expansion once the initial shock of infection has been absorbed and the survivors have begun to organize a response? The carrier form is the Flood's answer to these questions, produced before the questions have been asked by anyone on the other side of the outbreak, produced as if the outbreak can see ahead of itself and prepare for what is coming. And the carrier form is not the only evidence of this forward-looking intelligence at work. The Flood's specialization extends beyond the binary of combat and dispersal. The outbreak, as it matures, produces a range of forms suited to a range of specific needs, and the sophistication of this range increases with the size and duration of the outbreak. Hosts whose physical dimensions exceed the standard template are sometimes directed toward forms that prioritize physical mass and endurance, larger, more heavily structured variants that can sustain and deal damage on a scale that standard combat forms cannot match, used in situations where the Flood requires a breakthrough against organized resistance or needs to clear a fortified space. Hosts whose biology offers unusual chemical properties are sometimes routed toward forms that exploit those properties in ways that standard transformation would leave unused. The Flood does not discard useful resources. It has never discarded a useful resource. Every body that has ever entered a Flood outbreak has been fully inventoried, its potential assessed, its material allocated to whatever purpose the organism has determined will best serve the expansion of the infection. The spaces that the Flood occupies change as the outbreak matures, and these changes are a second category of evidence that something with an architectural sensibility, something that thinks about environments in terms of how they can be restructured to serve a purpose, is operating within the outbreak. Flood biomass begins to spread across surfaces early in the development of an established infection site. A dense, wet, organic material that coats floors and walls and ceilings, that penetrates joints and seams and access panels, that converts the physical environment of a ship or station from a structure built for the purposes of its original inhabitants into something that increasingly resembles the interior of a living organism. It does not coat surfaces arbitrarily. It concentrates around areas of structural importance, power conduits, environmental control systems, communication arrays, and around areas of biological utility, the locations where incubating forms can be most efficiently sustained, where the temperature and atmospheric conditions are most favorable to Flood development, where the physical architecture of the space can be most easily co-opted to serve the infection's needs. Walkways in Flood-infected installations accumulate biomass along their edges, in patterns that narrow the available path and direct foot traffic in specific directions. Directions that, it is not difficult to observe, tend toward concentrations of infection forms and away from exits. Environmental systems are infiltrated and adjusted, the atmosphere of infected spaces shifting gradually in temperature and composition in ways that favor Flood biology over the biology of whatever species originally inhabited the space. Lighting systems are sometimes disrupted, sometimes left intact. The Flood appears indifferent to darkness in a way that most of the species it infects are not, and the maintenance or disruption of lighting in an infected space seems to be determined by tactical considerations rather than by any preference on the organism's part. Everything is tactical. Everything is assessed and allocated and directed, and the allocation and direction are purposeful in ways that exceed what a mindless disease, a simple biological imperative to spread, could account for. The smell of an established Flood infection site is distinct from the smell of the combat form in isolation, and distinct from the specific sharp release of a carrier form's rupture. It is something more pervasive and more settled, a deep organic warmth that fills enclosed spaces completely, that has the quality of something alive and metabolically active on a large scale, that carries beneath its upper notes a complexity that the nose catalogues as the smell of many biological processes occurring simultaneously in a small space, the smell of growth and conversion and the sustained activity of an organism at work. It is not the smell of death, though death has been present here in considerable quantity. It is the smell of something that has replaced death with itself, that has taken the material of death and put it back to work, filled it back up with purpose and direction, and the steady, patient activity of an organism that knows what it is doing and is doing it without haste. The stalker form, one of the Flood's more specialized early-stage productions, illustrates the sophistication of this allocation system with particular clarity. Where the combat form is built for direct engagement and the carrier form for dispersal, the stalker form is built for something that an organism operating on pure biological reflex should not require: stealth. The stalker form is smaller than the standard combat form, more lightly built, its transformation optimized not for force output, but for quiet movement and the exploitation of environmental cover. It does not typically engage targets directly. It positions itself at distances and angles that maximize the likelihood of an infection form delivery reaching a living target while minimizing the stalker form's own exposure to defensive fire, and it coordinates this positioning with the movement of other forms in ways that imply an awareness of the broader tactical situation, where the defensive response is concentrated, where the gaps in coverage are, how the overall geometry of the engagement can be exploited to place infection forms in contact with targets that the combat forms have not yet reached. Coordination of this kind between multiple Flood forms of different specializations operating simultaneously across a complex environment is not something that a mindless swarm produces. It is not something that even a collection of individually sophisticated organisms produces without some mechanism for sharing information and aligning behavior. The combat forms do not communicate with each other in any way that has been observed. They make no sounds that appear to convey tactical information. They carry no obvious signaling apparatus. They do not appear to respond to signals from each other. And yet they coordinate. The carrier form ruptures at the moment, and in the location where its release of infection forms will be most effective within the broader pattern of the engagement. The stalker forms exploit the gaps that the combat form's engagement has created. The allocation of hosts to different form types reflects an ongoing assessment of what the outbreak needs at each stage of its development, rather than a fixed template applied uniformly to all available material. Something is watching the outbreak. Something is assessing it, directing it, making decisions about its development, with a sophistication that the individual forms themselves do not possess and cannot account for. In the earliest stages of an outbreak, before the biomass has reached the threshold at which the Flood's higher collective processes begin to express themselves openly, this directing intelligence is not visible as a presence. It is visible only as a pattern, a consistency of purpose across the behavior of forms that appear individually mindless, a coherence that should not be there and that becomes harder and harder to attribute to chance or simple biological programming the more carefully the outbreak's development is examined. The question this raises, who is making these decisions and from where, is the question that every civilization that has ever encountered the Flood has eventually been forced to ask. Most of them did not survive long enough to find the answer. The Forerunners, who were the first civilization to encounter the Flood and live to study it systematically, asked this question with the full weight of their scientific capability behind it, and what they found, eventually, was not a comforting answer. It was not the kind of answer that makes the Flood easier to understand or easier to face. It was the kind of answer that makes everything that came before it All the horror of the infection form, and the combat form, and the carrier form, and the systematic conversion of living spaces into something that breathes with the flood's own biology, seem like a prologue. The forms described so far, the infection form, the combat form, the carrier form, the stalker variant, are all in the end built from borrowed material. They are the flood, wearing the bodies of other species, repurposing the biological architecture that those species built across their evolutionary histories, using their musculature and their skeletal structures and their nervous systems as raw material for a purpose those species never intended. And this is horrifying, but it is not the full picture of what the flood is. Because the flood does not only build from borrowed material, the flood has a body plan of its own, shapes it produces not from the hosts it infects, but from the accumulated biomass of an established outbreak, forms that represent not the flood repurposing what it has taken, but the flood expressing what it actually is when it is fully itself. These forms are what wait beyond the borrowed architecture of the first stages. They are the flood, without the disguise of other species' bodies, and they are something else entirely. Every species that has ever encountered the flood has encountered it first in its borrowed shapes. The infection form, small and pale and almost pitiable. The combat form, wearing the body of someone who was recently a person. The carrier form, bloated and purposeful, built from material that was once a living thing with a name and a history. These are the forms that an outbreak presents in its earliest stages, and they are disturbing in a specific and consistent way. The disturbance they produce is relational. They are horrible because of what they were. The combat form's horror is inseparable from the recognition that it was a person, that the geometry of a face is still present somewhere beneath the transformation, that the body being used as a vehicle for the flood's purposes was, very recently, a body that someone else lived in. The infection form's horror is inseparable from its smallness, from the contrast between what it appears to be and what it does. Even the carrier form's horror is partly a horror of misappropriation, of a body built for one purpose being hollowed out and redirected toward another, of the fundamental wrongness of a living structure turned against the living. The pure forms produce a different kind of disturbance entirely. They are not horrible because of what they were. They are horrible because of what they are, because they are the flood without the borrowed architecture, the flood expressing its own biology rather than co-opting someone else's, and what the flood's own biology produces, when it is given sufficient biomass and sufficient time and sufficient space to express itself fully, is something that does not reference any prior species, does not carry the ghost of any prior body, and does not produce in the observer the specific relational horror of recognizing something that used to be a person. What it produces instead is something quieter and in some ways worse. The recognition that this organism has always been working towards something that was never about the hosts at all. The hosts are raw material. They have always been raw material. The pure forms are the product. The flood produces its native forms, what have been documented as the ranged, stalker, and tank pure form variants, when an outbreak has achieved sufficient biomass accumulation. The threshold for pure form emergence is not a precise figure that generalizes across all outbreak conditions. It depends on the size and biological richness of the available host pool, on the physical dimensions of the infected environment, on factors in the flood's ongoing assessment of what it needs at a given stage of the outbreak's development. But the threshold exists, and when it is crossed, the flood begins to build differently. Not from the inside of a seized host body, working outward through the existing architecture and augmenting what it finds, but from the accumulated biological mass of the outbreak itself, constructing new forms from the outside in, shaping tissue and structure according to a template that has nothing to do with any species the flood has infected, and everything to do with what the flood itself actually is. The ranged pure form is the most commonly encountered of these native constructions, and it is the one that most clearly illustrates the design logic of the flood's own body plan. It is large, substantially larger than a human combat form, larger than most of the host species the flood has historically worked with, and it is built in a way that immediately communicates to any observer with biological literacy that it was not built by the same processes that produce vertebrate anatomy. The structural logic is radial rather than bilateral, organized around a central axis in a way that references deep evolutionary lineages that predate most of the galaxy's current civilizations. The exterior surface is dense and textured, not the modified skin of a host species, but genuine flood tissue in its native expression, which has a quality and color and texture that differs from the biomass spread found on infected surfaces in ways that suggest greater structural sophistication, a more deliberate construction, more intentional in its composition, as if the biomass spread is rough material and the pure form is what the flood produces when it has the resources to be precise. The form moves in ways that are not entirely intuitive from the outside, because the movement is not constrained by the bilateral symmetry and the skeletal architecture that most of the galaxy's ambulatory species share, and the result is locomotion that is fluid and fast and disorienting to watch, because the visual system of any bilaterally symmetrical observer has been trained across an entire evolutionary history to read movement through the lens of bilateral symmetry, and the pure form does not cooperate with that lens. The tank pure form is less commonly encountered in early outbreak stages, but represents, in many respects, the most direct expression of what the flood's native biology prioritizes when it is building for sustained physical engagement rather than the rapid dispersal and tactical positioning that the ranged variant specializes in. It is massive, among the largest physical structures the flood produces that are not the Gravemind itself or the architectural biomass of a fully established infection site, and its construction reflects an investment of biological resources that the flood does not make casually. The surfaces of the tank pure form are layered and dense in a way that suggests deliberate engineering for physical resilience, and the overall structure communicates, clearly and immediately, that this is something the flood has built for the specific purpose of going through obstacles rather than around them. It is the Outbreak's heavy instrument, deployed when the resistance it faces requires a response that the combat form and its variants cannot adequately provide. The Stalker pure form is the most architecturally interesting of the three variants, because it is also the most contrary to the intuition that an organism expressing its own native biology in a new form would prioritize size and force. The Stalker pure form is smaller than the ranged variant, more lightly constructed, and built, as its designation implies, for concealment and rapid movement rather than for the sustained physical engagement that the other pure form variants are designed around. What is notable about it is not its combat capability, but the evidence it provides of the flood's design philosophy at the level of pure form construction. The organism, given the freedom to build from scratch with its own biological material, rather than working within the constraints of a seized host body, still produces a specialized stealth variant. The allocation logic that produced the Stalker host form in the early stages of an outbreak, the decision that the outbreak needs a stealthy element, a form optimized for repositioning and for placing infection capability in locations that direct assault cannot easily reach, is not a logic imposed by the limitations of available host material. It is a logic that the flood applies even when building from its own resources, which means it is a logic that reflects the flood's own assessment of what a mature outbreak requires, independent of what any particular set of host bodies happens to offer. This consistency between the flood's use of host material and its use of its own native biological resources in the production of pure forms is one of the clearest pieces of evidence that what the flood is doing has always been the expression of a coherent, consistent intelligence operating across the entire outbreak. Not intelligence in the sense of a single mind making individual decisions, but intelligence in the sense of a comprehensive, purposeful biological program expressing itself through every stage and form and allocation choice the outbreak produces. The pure forms are not something new that appears when the flood has accumulated enough biomass. They are the clearest expression of something that was always present, a biological intention that was embedded in the outbreak from the moment the first infection form found its first host, and that has been working steadily toward its full expression through every subsequent stage of the infection. The environments that flood outbreaks occupy when pure forms begin to appear have typically been transformed far beyond the early stage coating of surfaces with biomass. A mature infection site, one that has reached the threshold at which pure form production becomes possible, has been substantially converted into something that functions, and in many ways appears, like a living organism itself. The walls and floors and ceilings of the original structure are no longer distinguishable as surfaces in the conventional sense. They are covered in layers of flood tissue of varying thickness and apparent function. Some areas are dense and structural, reinforcing or replacing the original load-bearing elements of the station or vessel. Others are thin and membranous, stretched across open spaces in ways that suggest respiratory or filtering function. Others pulse with a slow, rhythmic activity that implies circulatory processes, the movement of biological material through organic channels that the flood has grown through and across the original infrastructure of the space. The temperature in a fully converted infection site is significantly higher than the surrounding environment. The metabolic output of the flood's biological activity warming the space in a way that survivors have compared, with a consistency that suggests the comparison is accurate rather than merely vivid, to the interior of a living body, the warmth of something alive and working, the warmth of processes that are not mechanical but biological, the warmth of an organism that is using its environment as an extension of itself. The sounds of a mature infection site are different from the sounds of an early outbreak. The rapid physical violence of the initial infection phase, the transformation sounds, the movement of combat forms, the rupture of carrier forms, gives way to something more ambient and more disturbing in its quietness. The slow, organic sounds of a large biological system at work, the creak and pulse of tissue under the continuous low pressure of metabolic activity, the faint sounds of fluid movement through channels that were not there before the flood arrived, the occasional deeper sound of something structural settling or shifting as the conversion of the original space continues. In the spaces between these sounds, there is a quality of silence that has nothing in common with the silence of an empty room. It is the silence of a space that is fully occupied by something that does not make noise as a byproduct of its existence, but that is nevertheless completely present in every surface and every cubic meter of the air. In this environment, the pure forms move and operate with a comfort and a fluency that the host-based forms, for all their effectiveness, do not quite match. The pure forms in a mature infection site are not visitors to a hostile environment that they have been forced to adapt to. They are, in the most literal biological sense, at home. The converted installation around them is an extension of the same organism that produced them, and the relationship between the pure form and the mature infection site has the quality of an organism's relationship to its own body. The pure form navigating through tissue and environmental apparatus that it is continuous with, that it does not need to interact with carefully or cautiously, but that it moves through with the unself-consciousness of a thing that is exactly where it belongs. To encounter a mature flood infection site, to see what has been made of a place that was built by other hands for other purposes, to move through corridors that have been converted into something that breathes, to find in the spaces between the tissue and the organic construction the shapes of the original infrastructure like bones, visible through skin, is to understand something about the flood that the individual forms, for all their horror, do not fully communicate on their own. It is to understand that the flood is not an infection in the way that word usually implies, a foreign presence in a space that remains fundamentally defined by its original purpose, a contamination of something that could, in principle, be cleaned and restored. The flood does not contaminate a space. It replaces it. It takes what was there and makes of it something entirely different, something that serves the flood's purposes entirely, something from which every trace of the original purpose has been removed not through destruction, but through conversion, the original structure incorporated into the new one, the bones of the old space present inside the body of the new one, recognizable but no longer governing anything. This is what the flood makes of every space it inhabits long enough. This is what it would make of every space in the galaxy, given sufficient time and sufficient hosts and sufficient freedom from interference. And in the records left by the civilizations that encountered the flood and survived long enough to document what they saw, most notably the Forerunners, whose research installations and monitoring stations provided some of the most detailed accounts of mature infection sites that exist. There is a quality to the descriptions that goes beyond the clinical and the analytical, a quality that these particular records share across different authors and different institutional contexts and different moments in the long history of Forerunner engagement with the flood. It is the quality of people who have looked at something and understood, in a way that cannot afterward be undone, that the thing they are looking at is not a problem to be solved, but a fact to be reckoned with, a fact about the galaxy, about what exists in it, about what is possible within its biology, that they would have preferred not to know. The Forerunner researchers who first documented the pure forms in detail were working in conditions of extreme danger and extreme urgency, in facilities where the outbreak they were studying had already converted significant portions of the installation around them, and where the resources available for their own protection were being steadily eroded by the expansion of the very thing they were trying to understand. Their records reflect this. The clinical precision of the biological descriptions is present, but beneath it, visible in the frequency with which certain observations are returned to and restated, is something that reads like an attempt to hold the experience at sufficient analytical distance to keep it manageable, an attempt that works, in the records, right up until it doesn't. The moment in these records where the analytical distance collapses and the bare fact of what they are facing breaks through the clinical language is not always the same moment from researcher to researcher, but it always comes, and when it does, what breaks through is not fear exactly, though fear is present. It is something more specific, the recognition that what they are looking at is not a disease. It is not even, in any meaningful sense, an infestation. It is a transformation of everything it touches, conducted according to a purpose that is comprehensive and patient, and that operates on a scale so far beyond the individual outbreak that the outbreak itself is almost beside the point. All of this, the infection form, the combat form, the carrier form, the stalker, the pure forms, the conversion of spaces into living flood tissue, is the body of what the flood is. It is the physical expression, vast and complex and relentless as that expression is. But the flood is not only a body. The body is, in a sense that becomes clearer with every stage of the descent into what the flood actually is, secondary to the thing that animates it. The mind that directs the allocation decisions, that governs the outbreak's development, that coordinates the forms across complex environments with tactical sophistication that none of the individual forms possesses. That mind is not yet fully visible in what has been described. It is present, embedded in the pattern of the outbreak, legible to anyone willing to read the pattern carefully, but it has not yet openly declared itself. That declaration comes with biomass. It comes when enough has been consumed, enough minds absorbed, enough of the raw material of intelligence accumulated in one place, for the thing that has been building beneath the surface of every outbreak to finally, fully wake. The body is what the flood does. What waits ahead is what the flood is. There is a number. It is not a fixed number. It shifts with the biological richness of the available host pool, with the complexity of the nervous systems the outbreak has consumed, with the density of intelligence that has been absorbed into the growing biomass. But it is a real number, a threshold that exists as a genuine biological fact embedded in the flood's development. And when the accumulation of consumed mass crosses it, something happens that cannot be adequately described in the language of infection or disease or parasitic biology. Something wakes, not in the way that a sleeping person wakes. Gradually, uncertainly, consciousness assembling itself from the distributed quiet of rest. More abruptly than that, and more completely. More in the way that a system reaches criticality. The conditions for a particular kind of behavior have been building, incrementally and invisibly, through every stage of the outbreak's development. And then the last condition is met, and the behavior begins, all at once, fully formed. The question that Medium Loop A planted, is the flood mindless, was always, from the perspective of anyone with sufficient information to answer it honestly, not really a question at all. The flood is not mindless. It has never been mindless. The appearance of mindlessness in the early stages of an outbreak is a real appearance, in the sense that the forms present in those stages genuinely do not possess individual intelligence in any meaningful sense. The infection form does not think, the combat form does not reason, the carrier form does not plan. But the appearance is not the reality, because the forms are not the organism. They are the organism's instruments, and the organism that produces them has, from the first moment of the first infection, been working according to a logic that is not mindless in any sense of that word. The mindlessness of the early outbreak is the mindlessness of a hand that has not yet been told what to pick up. Not the mindlessness of an organism with no mind, but the apparent mindlessness of a mind whose full expression requires conditions that have not yet been met. Those conditions are biomass and absorbed intelligence, and the flood accumulates both with every host it consumes. The intermediate stage between the mindless appearing early outbreak and the fully realized collective intelligence that the flood becomes at scale is what has been documented as the proto-Gravemind, a structure that begins to form when the accumulated biomass of an outbreak has crossed a preliminary threshold, when enough consumed nervous systems have been absorbed into the growing biological mass to begin producing, in aggregate, something that resembles coordinated cognitive function. The proto-Gravemind is not a Gravemind. It does not possess the full range of cognitive capabilities, the vast strategic intelligence, the capacity for speech and reasoning, and the manipulation of complex systems that a fully realized Gravemind represents. It is something earlier and smaller than that, a node of partial collective function, a concentration of absorbed biological material that has begun to coordinate the local outbreak with a sophistication that exceeds what the individual forms can produce, but that falls short of the comprehensive, deliberate intelligence that the flood's mature collective expression achieves. The physical form of a proto-Gravemind is, in many respects, a scaled-down preview of what the Gravemind becomes, a mass of accumulated biological material, the consumed flesh and neural tissue of many hosts, drawn together and integrated into a single structure, positioned in a location that the outbreak has identified, through whatever assessment process governs these decisions, as optimal for the coordination function the structure is meant to serve. It is not mobile in the way that the individual flood forms are mobile. It does not need to be. Its function is not to move through space and engage targets, but to process, to coordinate, to serve as the emergent center of the outbreak's developing collective awareness. And for this purpose, immobility is not a limitation, but a design feature, a fixed point around which the mobile elements of the outbreak can be organized, a stable locus for the cognitive processes that are beginning to accumulate within the biomass. The mechanism by which the proto-Gravemind develops and by which the full Gravemind eventually emerges from it is the aspect of the flood's biology that is most genuinely difficult to confront, because it requires confronting directly something that the horror of the infection and transformation sequences makes easy to sidestep: what happens to the minds that the flood consumes. It is natural, and in some ways comforting, to assume that the process of flood infection is, from the perspective of the host's consciousness, a kind of death, abrupt, complete, final. That the person who existed before the infection form achieved neural control simply ceases to exist at the moment the infection form takes hold, and that what continues afterward is a flood instrument wearing the body, with no meaningful continuity between the person who was there and the form that rises in their place. This assumption is understandable. It is also, the evidence suggests, not entirely accurate. The consumed mind is not erased. This is the central and most disturbing fact of the flood's cognitive biology, and it is the fact that the flood's apparent mindlessness in its early stages most effectively conceals, because in the early stages, before the proto-Gravemind forms, before the absorbed intelligence begins to accumulate and organize, there is no visible evidence that the minds the flood has consumed are going anywhere in particular. The infection form suppresses the host's higher cognitive function. The transformation proceeds. The combat form rises. At this stage, the host's mind appears to be simply gone, overwritten, erased, replaced by the flood's behavioral programming. And this appearance is real, in the sense that the host's mind is no longer governing the body, no longer expressing itself as the personality and memory and self-awareness that constituted the person, but the underlying structure of the mind, the patterns of neural organization that encoded who the person was, what they knew, what they remembered, how they processed information. These are not destroyed. They are absorbed. They are taken into the flood's growing biomass as raw material of a specific and valuable kind, not biological tissue, but encoded information, the accumulated product of a lifetime of experience and learning, compressed into the architecture of a nervous system, and preserved by the flood with the same thoroughness with which it preserves every other resource it encounters. The flood does not eat intelligence, it collects it. This distinction matters enormously when one is trying to understand what the proto-Gravemind is and what the Gravemind becomes. The proto-Gravemind is not a new mind that the flood has generated from scratch. It is not an intelligence that the flood has produced through some internal biological process of its own. It is, in its most accurate description, a convergence, a gathering of the many absorbed minds that the outbreak has collected into a single structure where they can begin to interact, to combine, to pool the information and cognitive resources they each individually represent into a collective that is greater than the sum of its parts, in the way that any network of processing systems is greater than its individual nodes. The proto-Gravemind thinks, to the extent that it thinks, with the borrowed cognitive architecture of everyone the local outbreak has consumed. Its knowledge is their knowledge. Its memories are their memories. Its capacity for reasoning is built from their capacity for reasoning, recombined and reorganized within the shared biological structure that the accumulated biomass provides. What this means for the individuals who were absorbed, what it means for the persistence or non-persistence of their subjective experience within the collective, is the question that the flood raises most insistently and answers least clearly. The Forerunner researchers who studied the flood's cognitive biology most carefully arrived at conclusions that are, by the standards of most scientific documentation, unusually hedged. Not because the researchers were imprecise, but because the question they were trying to answer is genuinely one for which the available evidence supports multiple interpretations and definitively excludes none of them. The absorbed minds provide the flood's collective intelligence with their stored knowledge and cognitive architecture. Whether anything of their subjective experience, their sense of being a self, their awareness, their capacity to suffer, persists within the collective, is a question that the external study of the flood's biology cannot answer with certainty, and that the Gravemind itself, when it speaks, addresses in ways that are suggestive rather than definitive, that imply rather than assert, that leave the listener with the impression of an answer without providing one that can be verified. The most honest statement that can be made about the fate of minds within the flood is this: they are not gone in the way that death is gone. Something of what they were persists as material within the growing collective. Whether that material includes anything that the individuals themselves would have recognized as their experience, their sense of self, their awareness of their own existence, or whether it is purely structural, purely informational, the architecture of a mind without the light that animated it is a question that remains open. It is possible that the absorbed are, in some sense, still present within the whole. It is possible that they are not, that what the flood preserves is only the record of what they were, rather than any continuation of what they experienced. Both possibilities are disturbing. They are disturbing in different ways. The question of which is true has occupied the philosophical attention of every civilization that has ever had the opportunity to think carefully about the flood, and none of them has resolved it. The proto-Gravemind, forming within a maturing outbreak, begins to change the character of the infection in ways that are observable from the outside without requiring any understanding of the cognitive processes occurring within it. The coordination of the outbreak improves, not dramatically, not in a way that immediately announces the presence of a new intelligence, but measurably, in the way that the forms are allocated and directed, in the way that the outbreak responds to the defensive actions of survivors, rather than simply continuing to push forward along whatever vector it has been pursuing. The outbreak becomes, in the presence of a proto-Gravemind, slightly more adaptive, slightly more responsive to the specific conditions of the environment it is operating within, slightly better at identifying and exploiting the gaps in whatever resistance the surviving population is offering. These improvements are subtle enough, in the early stages of proto-Gravemind development, to be mistaken for random variation in the outbreak's behavior. They are not random. They are the first expressions of a collective intelligence that is still assembling itself, still integrating the absorbed minds into a coherent cognitive framework, still, in the metaphor that best captures the process, learning what it knows. As the proto-Gravemind develops, as more biomass is integrated and more minds are absorbed, and the cognitive convergence at the structure's center deepens, the changes in the outbreak's behavior become less subtle. The allocation decisions become more sophisticated. The coordination across different form types and different areas of the infection site becomes tighter. The outbreak begins to demonstrate a capacity for strategic thinking, not just the tactical responsiveness that the improved allocation and coordination provide, but genuine long-term strategic assessment, the ability to evaluate the current situation in terms of its implications for the outbreak's development across timescales longer than the immediate engagement. Reserves are maintained, resources are husbanded, certain hosts are directed toward forms that will be needed later, rather than forms that would be useful now. The proto-Gravemind is beginning to think ahead, and the thinking ahead it is capable of reflects the strategic knowledge of every commander, every tactician, every planner whose mind has been absorbed into it, a vast, accumulated library of military and strategic cognition drawn from multiple species and multiple civilizations, recombined into a collective strategic intelligence that has access to more accumulated strategic knowledge than any individual commander in the history of any single civilization could have possessed. The flood was never mindless. The question was never whether the intelligence was present. The question was only when it would make itself fully known, and the threshold at which the proto-Gravemind becomes a Gravemind, at which the partial, developing collective intelligence of the intermediate stage resolves into the full, deliberate, comprehensive awareness of the mature collective, is a threshold that every outbreak that reaches sufficient scale crosses eventually, and that every civilization that has encountered the flood at scale has eventually found itself facing, not a disease, not a swarm, not a biological catastrophe in the conventional sense of that phrase, but something that looks back. Something that has been looking back from behind the apparent mindlessness of the early stages since the first infection form found its first host. Something that has been waiting, with the patience of an organism that measures time in civilizations rather than years, for the moment when it has enough to be fully itself again. That moment arrives with the Gravemind, and what the Gravemind is, what it contains, what it knows, what it wants, what it remembers, is the part of the flood story that everything before it has been building toward. It is, first and most immediately, a matter of scale. The Gravemind is not large in the way that large animals are large, not large in a way that references the biological scaling of things that grew within the constraints of ordinary evolutionary pressures, that reach their dimensions through the accumulation of generations, that carry in their size the evidence of a history of development. The Gravemind is large in the way that accumulated things are large, in the way that a glacier is large, or a reef, or a storm system, not a single organism that grew, but a convergence that gathered, drawing in material from every direction and adding it to a central mass that has no upper bound, determined by biology in the conventional sense, no maximum size encoded in its development, no point at which growth ceases because the organism has reached its mature dimensions. The Gravemind grows for as long as it has material to grow with, and what limits its size is not biology, but supply, the availability of biomass, the number of minds the outbreak has absorbed, the scale of the infection that feeds it. A Gravemind that has consumed a small installation is one thing. A Gravemind that has consumed a smalled is something else. Something so different in scale from the first that the same word encompassing both requires a moment's adjustment. Both are Graveminds. Both are the same organism at different stages of its accumulation. The difference between them is the difference between a fire in a room and a fire in a forest. The same process, operating on incomprehensibly different amounts of material. The physical structure of the Gravemind, the body, if that word applies in any meaningful sense to something that is as much an environment as an organism, is the accumulated biological mass of everything the local outbreak has consumed, drawn together and organized by the convergent cognitive processes that the absorbed minds generate in aggregate. The flesh of the Gravemind is not homogeneous. It is layered, dense, composed of biological material from many different species, integrated into a single structure in a way that preserves, faintly, some evidence of its heterogeneous origins, different textures present in different regions, different densities, different colorations where the metabolic processes operating in the integrated tissue produce different byproducts. The overall impression, documented by every observer who has survived the experience of direct proximity to a Gravemind, with enough composure to record what they saw, is less of a single body and more of a landscape, a terrain of biological material, rising and falling, dense in some areas and more yielding in others, warm everywhere, with the metabolic output of the immense cognitive and biological activity occurring within it. The smell of a Gravemind is the smell of a mature infection site raised to a higher order, the same organic complexity, the same deep warmth, but thicker, denser, carrying an additional quality that observers have struggled to describe precisely, and that the most consistent descriptions characterize as something like age, the smell of something very, very old, of biological processes that have been running for longer than the observers can easily conceptualize, of time compressed into tissue. The Gravemind is still. This is perhaps the most immediately striking aspect of it for observers who have encountered flood outbreaks in their earlier, more kinetically violent stages. The infection form moves with its unhurried, purposeful locomotion. The combat form is physically aggressive, oriented toward movement and contact. The carrier form is mobile, walking its terrible purpose to the places where it will be most effective. Even the pure forms, products of the flood's own native biology, are mobile. They navigate the infection site, they engage, they reposition. The Gravemind does not move. It does not need to move, because moving is not its function, and the Gravemind is, among all the things in the galaxy that could be said to have a function, one of the things most completely and precisely aligned with a single purpose. Its purpose is to think, to absorb, to coordinate, to remember. Everything else, the combat forms, the carrier forms, the pure forms, the entire mobile apparatus of the flood's physical presence, moves on its behalf. The Gravemind is the still center of a storm that extends outward in all directions as far as the outbreak reaches. And its stillness is not the stillness of something dormant or inactive, but the stillness of something whose activity is entirely internal, entirely cognitive, entirely directed at the processing and application of the incomprehensible volume of information that the absorbed minds represent. The Gravemind speaks. This fact, simple to state, very difficult to process, is the aspect of the flood's mature expression that most consistently produces the deepest response in every species that has encountered it. It is one thing to face an infection, however sophisticated, however efficiently organized. It is another thing entirely to be addressed. The Gravemind speaks in verse, or in structures that function as verse, layered, rhythmically organized language that carries in its form a quality of accumulated time, as if the patterns of speech it uses were worn smooth by long use, shaped by repetition across spans of time that individual speakers could not have sustained. It speaks in many voices simultaneously, or in a voice that carries within it the harmonic presence of many voices, not a cacophony, not the chaotic noise of many people speaking at once, but a layered, resonant sound that has the quality of a chord, distinct voices present within a single expression, each contributing something, the whole larger and more complex than any of them individually. The voices within the Gravemind's speech carry, faintly, the cadences of the minds that were absorbed into it, rhythms of speech that reflect the linguistic patterns of species and individuals that existed, in some cases, for millennia before the current era, speaking languages that no living being now remembers, using constructions and phrasings that are recognizable as the products of specific cognitive histories, even when the specific histories themselves are unknown to the listener. The Gravemind speaks with patience. This is the word that appears with the greatest consistency in every account of direct communication with a Gravemind. Patience. Not the patience of someone waiting for something they want to arrive. The patience of something that has been waiting for a very long time and has made a complete accommodation to the waiting, has integrated it so thoroughly into its relationship with time that the distinction between waiting and not waiting has largely ceased to be meaningful. The Gravemind does not seem to expect its interlocutors to respond quickly. It does not seem to feel urgency about the outcomes of its conversations. It presents its thoughts with the deliberateness of something that has considered what it wants to say at a level of depth and thoroughness that individual minds, working at individual speeds, cannot easily match, and that has arrived at its formulations through a process of cognitive refinement that makes them feel, to whoever is listening, like statements that could not have been otherwise, like conclusions rather than positions, like observations rather than positions. The knowledge the Gravemind possesses is, genuinely, staggering. Not in a way that makes the word feel inadequate, though it does, but in a way that requires direct examination to appreciate. The Gravemind knows everything that everyone it has ever absorbed knew. This is not a metaphor or an approximation. The absorbed minds have contributed their entire cognitive content to the collective, not summaries of what they knew, not selected highlights of their most significant experiences and learnings, but the full architecture of their knowledge and memory, every detail they had ever registered about every subject they had ever engaged with, every skill they had ever developed, every language they had ever spoken, every system they had ever understood. A Gravemind that has consumed the populations of multiple installations knows the layouts of those installations in the same detail that the engineers who designed them knew. Every access panel, every maintenance corridor, every power conduit, every weak point in the structural integrity of every section. It knows the command codes and override protocols that the commanders and administrators who lived in those installations knew, because those commanders and administrators are within it, their knowledge accessible and applicable. It knows the military strategies and tactical histories of every commander it has absorbed, the scientific knowledge of every researcher, the navigational expertise of every pilot, the engineering capabilities of every technician, the philosophical frameworks of every scholar. The Gravemind that encountered the Unscay and the Covenant in the modern era of Halo's history spoke to both with a familiarity with their own cultures, their own histories, their own internal conflicts and vulnerabilities that could only have come from the absorbed minds of individuals who had lived within those cultures, individuals who had carried into the flood, unknowingly, as their contribution to the growing collective, everything they had ever known about the civilizations they belonged to. The Gravemind knew the Covenant's theology better than many Covenant knew it, because it had absorbed Covenant scholars and priests whose knowledge of that theology was comprehensive, and whose absorbed cognitive contributions made that comprehensiveness available to the whole. It knew the Unscay's command structures and strategic doctrines and the specific vulnerabilities of its military technology, because it had absorbed Unscay soldiers and commanders whose professional knowledge encompassed all of these things. It spoke to both with an authority on their own affairs that was deeply disorienting to encounter, that produced in the survivors of these encounters a specific and lasting disturbance. Not only the horror of having faced the flood and survived, but the additional and subtler horror of having been in the presence of something that understood them, that had looked at them with full knowledge of what they were and what they feared and what they were capable of, that had addressed them not as threats to be assessed and neutralized, but as things to be spoken to, engaged with, reasoned with, or manipulated as the situation required. The Gravemind's cunning is the product of this knowledge, applied through a cognitive architecture that combines the strategic capabilities of every absorbed mind into a collective intelligence capable of reasoning at a level and across a timescale that no individual mind could match. It does not react to situations, it anticipates them. It manipulates the behavior of other actors, whether those actors are the mobile elements of its own outbreak or the opposing forces of whatever civilization it is currently consuming, with a sophistication that reflects not just the raw cognitive power of the absorbed collective, but the specific accumulated experience of every strategist, every negotiator, every manipulator whose mind has ever entered the flood. The Gravemind knows how species think. It knows what they value, what they fear, what they will sacrifice, and what they will not. It knows, from the absorbed experience of individuals who lived within those species, the specific psychological pressure points that produce predictable responses, the specific narrative frames that make certain actions feel necessary or inevitable to species-specific patterns of reasoning. It uses this knowledge the way a craftsman uses tools, with practiced, confident precision, applying exactly the right instrument to exactly the right material, producing results that look, from the outside, almost effortless. The manipulation of the Unscay and the Covenant against each other during the modern flood outbreak The Gravemind's management of their conflict in ways that served the flood's interests, the temporary alliances it offered, and the promises it made, and the truces it facilitated when the fighting between humanity and the Covenant threatened to produce outcomes that would interfere with the flood's access to both as sources of biomass, was not improvisation. It was the application of a comprehensive understanding of both civilizations' political and psychological structures to a tactical situation, executed through a cognitive framework that had access to centuries of accumulated strategic knowledge from both sides of the conflict. The Gravemind was not reacting to the situation it found itself in. It had assessed the situation and determined the optimal approach before its interlocutors were aware there was a situation to assess. And within all of this, within the vast strategic intelligence, within the accumulated knowledge of civilizations, within the patient deliberateness of its speech and the comprehensive cunning of its manipulation, there is the question that Medium Loop C planted, and that can no longer be deferred. What of the consumed? The minds that the Gravemind is built from, the individuals who were absorbed into it, who contributed their knowledge and their cognitive architecture to the collective, are they present, in any meaningful sense, within the whole that their absorption produced? The answer, as noted, is not one that the evidence resolves cleanly. But the evidence leans. The Gravemind speaks with the voices of the absorbed, not just as a stylistic feature of its speech, but as a cognitive reality. The absorbed minds are not silent within the collective, not reduced to the purely structural role of providing cognitive architecture without contributing to the ongoing activity of the system. They are, in some sense, participants. Whether their participation involves anything like subjective experience, whether there is something it is like to be within the Gravemind, as there is something it is like to be a person with a mind and a history and a sense of oneself, is the question that cannot be resolved. But the Gravemind itself, in the moments when it addresses this question directly, speaks about the absorbed not as raw material that has been processed and incorporated, but as a community that has been joined, as presences that persist within the whole, in a form that is different from individual existence, but not simply equivalent to non-existence. Whether this is true, or whether it is the Gravemind offering the framing most likely to produce a particular response in the minds of whoever it is addressing, is another question that the evidence cannot resolve. What can be said, with certainty, is that the consumed are not simply gone. Something of what they were is present within what the Gravemind is. That something, whether it is experience or only architecture, whether it is presence or only information, is the flood's most intimate and most irreducible horror. Not the transformation of the body, not the repurposing of the flesh, not the exponential mathematics of the Outbreak's growth, but this, that the flood does not leave the dead behind. It takes them with it. It carries them forward into what it becomes, and what it becomes is partly made of them, and they are in there, somewhere, in whatever form the absorption has left them, in whatever sense of that word applies to minds that have been folded into something incomprehensibly larger than themselves. Consider the single infection form, small and pale and almost pitiable, scuttling across the floor of some silent and abandoned place. Consider what it carried within it, not just the biological apparatus of infection, not just the flood's parasitic machinery, but the seed of this. The seed of a mind that gathers all minds, that consumes and preserves and coordinates and remembers, that speaks in many voices because it is many voices, that carries within its vast and patient stillness the accumulated experience of everyone it has ever taken, from the spore to this, from the small and fragile thing on the floor to the vast and certain thing at the center of the storm. The distance between them is the distance the flood travels with every outbreak, and it travels it with the same patient efficiency that it brings to every stage of the process, not rushing, not hesitating, simply proceeding, simply accumulating, simply becoming more of what it has always been working toward being. One Gravemind coordinates a planetary outbreak. The Flood does not think in planets. It never has. The scale at which the Flood operates, the scale at which the Gravemind's strategic intelligence is truly, fully applied, is the scale of civilizations, the scale of history, the scale of a galaxy with many worlds and many species and many minds still unconsumed, all of them representing, from the Flood's perspective, material that has not yet been gathered and added to the whole. The math of what follows from this is something that no civilization that has ever confronted the Flood has found a way to make less than it is. The mathematics of a Flood outbreak are not complicated. They are, in fact, among the simplest mathematics that a strategist or a biologist or a military commander will ever encounter. Simple in the way that the most remorseless things are simple, in the way that a physical law is simple, in the way that gravity is simple, not requiring sophistication to understand, requiring only the willingness to follow the implications of a very basic operation to wherever they lead. The operation is multiplication. Every host the Flood consumes produces, at minimum, one new infection vector, one combat form capable of generating further infections, or one carrier form capable of releasing dozens of infection forms simultaneously, or one pure form capable of operating as part of the Outbreak's mobile apparatus for as long as the biological resources supporting it hold out. The precise multiplier varies with conditions, with the density of the available host population, with the physical dimensions of the environment, with the defensive capabilities of the surviving population, and how effectively those capabilities are being applied. But the multiplier is always greater than 1. In every documented Flood outbreak, under every set of conditions that has ever been observed, the outbreak has grown, not always quickly, not always dramatically, but always. The Flood does not have outbreaks that plateau and stabilize. It does not have outbreaks that shrink. It has outbreaks that grow, and the rate at which they grow accelerates as they grow, because a larger outbreak has more vectors, more infection forms, more combat forms in contact with the living, more of everything that the multiplication requires than a smaller outbreak had, and applies them all simultaneously. This is the fundamental strategic reality of the Flood, and it is the reality that makes every conventional response to it, every attempt to engage it, as one would engage a conventional military threat, ultimately insufficient. A conventional enemy loses soldiers. Its capacity diminishes with each engagement. The math of attrition works against it as well as against the force opposing it, and if the opposing force can maintain a favorable exchange ratio, eliminating more of the enemy than the enemy eliminates of the opposition, then in principle, the enemy can be ground down, depleted, defeated. The Flood inverts this math entirely. The Flood's capacity does not diminish with each engagement. It increases. Every soldier the opposing force loses is, within minutes, a new addition to the Flood's roster. Every casualty on one side of the conflict is a reinforcement on the other. The exchange ratio is always, fundamentally and inescapably, unfavorable to whoever is fighting the Flood, because the Flood's losses are temporary and self-replenishing, while the losses of its opponents are permanent and cumulative. The larger the force that engages the Flood, the more material it provides to the Flood when that force takes casualties, and the more capable the Flood becomes of inflicting further casualties, which provide further material, which further increases the Flood's capability, in a feedback loop that has only one terminal state. The Gravemind understands this mathematics with a comprehensiveness that reflects the accumulated strategic knowledge of every military mind the Flood has ever absorbed. It applies the mathematics deliberately, shaping the conduct of the outbreak not by instinct or by simple biological drive, but by strategic reasoning of a kind that any military theorist would recognize. Reasoning about optimal force deployment, about the management of engagement tempo, about when to press and when to allow the situation to develop, about what the opponent's responses will be, and how those responses can be anticipated and exploited. The flood under Gravemind direction is not a swarm. It is an army. It is an army with unusual properties, with a logistics chain that runs on the bodies of the enemy, with a reinforcement system that converts casualties into combatants, with a command structure that operates without the communication delays and friction that afflict every conventional military organization. But it is an army in the sense that matters most. It is a collection of force, directed by intelligence toward strategic objectives. The feint of mindlessness is one of the Gravemind's most consistently applied strategic instruments. An outbreak operating under Gravemind direction presents, to an observer without sufficient information, as a mindless biological catastrophe. The infection forms seeking hosts, the combat forms attacking whatever living things they can reach, the carrier forms rupturing without apparent strategic logic, the entire visible behavior of the outbreak consistent with pure biological imperative, operating without any higher direction. This appearance is maintained deliberately. The Gravemind does not announce itself through the behavior of the early outbreak. It does not direct the combat forms to act in ways that would make it obvious to an observer that their behavior is coordinated by a strategic intelligence rather than driven by simple programming. The coordination is real, but subtle, present in the allocation decisions, in the timing of certain actions, in the way the outbreak's development is managed across time. And subtlety is not the natural behavior of an organism operating on pure biological drive. Subtlety is a choice. The Gravemind chooses it, because the most effective version of the flood's strategic approach is the version in which the opponent underestimates what they are facing for as long as possible, because an opponent that believes it is managing a contained biological catastrophe will make different decisions, worse decisions, from their own perspective, than an opponent that understands it is engaging a strategic intelligence of considerable capability. The flood's relationship to technology is one of the most practically significant expressions of the Gravemind's strategic intelligence, and one of the most immediately alarming aspects of the flood for any technologically sophisticated civilization that encounters it. The flood does not, in its basic biological form, understand technology. The infection form does not understand technology. The combat form does not understand technology. Left entirely to their own biological capabilities, the flood's mobile forms are formidable physical threats, but not threats that can interface with or exploit the technological infrastructure of the civilizations they encounter. The Gravemind changes this entirely, because the Gravemind contains, within its absorbed cognitive architecture, the complete technological knowledge of every engineer, every pilot, every system administrator, every technician whose mind has been absorbed into the collective. The flood does not need to evolve the capacity to use technology. It consumes the beings who already have that capacity, and their capacity becomes the flood's capacity, immediately and completely. A flood outbreak that has absorbed sufficient technically skilled hosts can operate starships. It can navigate, using the absorbed navigational expertise of pilots who had spent careers learning their craft. It can manage the environmental and power systems of large installations, using the absorbed knowledge of the engineers who designed and maintained those systems. It can, in principle, operate any technological system that any absorbed host understood well enough to operate, which means that the flood's technological capability scales directly with the technological sophistication of the civilizations it has consumed. An outbreak that has begun in a primitive or low-technology environment has correspondingly limited technological capability. An outbreak that has consumed populations from technologically advanced civilizations has, immediately, and without any developmental period, the full technological capability that those civilizations possessed, not because the flood has learned to use technology, but because it has consumed people who spent their lives learning to use technology, and their learning is now the flood's. This is how the flood threatens not just the populations of the civilizations it encounters, but the physical and technological infrastructure those civilizations depend on. A flood-controlled starship is a flood delivery system capable of crossing interstellar distances. A flood-operated slipspace drive is a mechanism for projecting the outbreak to new star systems before any defensive response can be organized. The flood, left unchecked in a spacefaring civilization, does not remain confined to a single installation or a single planet. It reaches. It navigates the same routes that the civilization used to connect its worlds, using the same vessels, following the same navigational knowledge, and arriving at new destinations with an outbreak ready to begin immediately upon arrival. The mathematics of multiplication that apply within a single infection site apply across star systems as well, given the means of transit. And the flood, once it has consumed a sufficient number of pilots and navigators, has the means of transit. The silence that accompanies a flood outbreak operating under Gravemind direction is one of its most distinctive qualities and one of the most reliable indicators, to an experienced observer, that what they are facing has crossed the threshold into collective intelligence. A mindless swarm is not quiet. It produces noise, the sounds of physical activity, the sounds of combat forms moving and engaging, the sounds of carrier forms rupturing and infection forms dispersing. These sounds are present in any flood outbreak at any stage. But the coordination of a Gravemind-directed outbreak adds to these sounds a silence. The silence between actions, the silence of a system that is not generating noise as a byproduct of continuous random activity, but that is acting deliberately and resting between actions with the stillness of a strategic intelligence, conserving and directing its resources. The pauses in a Gravemind-directed outbreak feel different from the pauses in a mindless one. A mindless swarm pauses because it has no targets in immediate range, because the biological imperative has no object to drive the movement toward. A Gravemind-directed outbreak pauses because the Gravemind has decided that this is the moment to pause, because the optimal next action has not yet presented itself, or because a pause will produce a specific response from the opposing force that the Gravemind intends to exploit, or because the resources of the outbreak are being redistributed in preparation for an action that has not yet begun. The silence is purposeful. It has the quality of held breath. The civilizations that encountered the flood and survived long enough to develop meaningful analytical frameworks for understanding it arrived, through different paths and different methodologies, at the same conclusion: that no conventional military response was sufficient to defeat the flood once an outbreak had reached the threshold of Gravemind-level intelligence. Not because the flood was physically invulnerable. Individual forms could be destroyed, infection sites could be purged, outbreaks in contained environments could be eliminated by destroying the environment entirely. But because the mathematics of multiplication ensured that any engagement that produced casualties on the defending side was an engagement that made the flood stronger, and because the Gravemind's strategic intelligence meant that the flood could identify and exploit the specific weaknesses of any defensive approach with a speed and comprehensiveness that individual commanders, working within the constraints of individual cognitive capability, could not match. The Forerunners reached this conclusion. They reached it after a long period of resistance that cost them more than they could afford to lose, and they reached it with the full weight of a civilization at the height of its capability. A civilization that had access to technology and scientific knowledge so far beyond anything currently existing in the galaxy that the comparison is difficult to make meaningfully. And their conclusion was not a military one. Their conclusion was about the food supply. The flood requires living sentient biomass to sustain itself, to grow, to develop and maintain the collective intelligence that the Gravemind represents. Remove the food supply. Eliminate all living sentient biomass above the threshold that the flood requires for sustained operation, and the flood starves. The outbreaks collapse. The forms that remain, deprived of new hosts, deprived of the biological resources that sustain the Gravemind's cognitive processes, degrade and die. The infection does not spread further because there is nothing for it to spread to. This is the logic of the halo array, not a weapon in any conventional sense, not a system designed to kill the flood directly, to target and destroy the infection forms and combat forms and graveminds in the way that a weapon targets and destroys what it is aimed at. The array is a denial system. It fires, and everything above a certain biomass threshold, every sentient species in the galaxy, every thinking being, every mind that the flood could consume and add to its growing collective, dies. Not the flood, the food. And without the food, the flood cannot sustain itself, and whatever outbreaks exist at the moment of firing collapse into dormancy or death, and the galaxy's surfaces are left silent and empty and safe from the flood, in the only way the flood can be made safe from, by removing everything it needs. The Forerunners concluded that this was necessary. They concluded it reluctantly, catastrophically, after exhausting every alternative that their considerable capability could devise. They concluded it because the mathematics of the flood, followed honestly to their implications, left no other option that could be guaranteed to work, and the flood required guaranteed solutions, because a solution that was almost sufficient was a solution that left enough of the flood to begin again. The question that this raises, and that the Forerunners raised, in the records they left, is the question that every civilization sophisticated enough to understand the flood's nature eventually reaches. Where did this come from? What produced an organism so comprehensively suited to the consumption of civilization, so perfectly designed to exploit every vulnerability that sentient life presents, so deeply and precisely optimized for a purpose that seems less like the product of ordinary evolutionary processes and more like the product of an intention? The flood is too good at what it does. It is too efficient, too adaptive, too comprehensive in its coverage of the possible vectors for extinction, too precisely calibrated to the specific weaknesses of intelligence and social organization and technological civilization. Natural selection produces effective organisms. It does not, ordinarily, produce organisms that appear to have been designed for a specific purpose. The flood has done this before, consumed civilizations, forced the firing of the array or its equivalent, retreated into dormancy, waited, begun again. It has done it in this galaxy, and perhaps beyond. It is old enough that the civilizations it consumed before the Forerunners encountered it have left no names in any record that was not itself absorbed into the Gravemind along with everything else. And in the length of that history, in the depth of that age, lies the first hint of the answer to the question of what produced it. Because the flood is old enough that its origins predate the civilizations it has consumed, predate the Forerunners themselves, predate every named thing in the galaxy's current history. What produced the flood did not produce it in the way that evolution produces organisms. What produced the flood made a choice, and the choice it made, and why it made it, and what it was before it made it. These are the questions that reach further down into the dark than anything else this story has yet ventured. The flood is not young, and the full weight of how old it is, and what that age means, is what the next part of this descent is built to carry. The galaxy is old in a way that resists easy comprehension, old in a way that makes the histories of even the most ancient civilizations currently known feel like recent events, like things that happened close to now, in a timeline that extends so far in both directions that close to now and close to the beginning are not meaningfully different from each other when measured against the full span. The Forerunners, who were old by any standard that the current era could apply, who had existed as a technological civilization for millions of years before they were destroyed, who had mapped and cataloged and in many cases shaped the galaxy's biological heritage across time spans that most species cannot conceptualize. The Forerunners were not the oldest thing that had ever existed in the galaxy. They knew this. Their records acknowledge it directly, without apparent discomfort, in the way that a civilization confident in its own significance can acknowledge the existence of things that preceded it, without feeling that the acknowledgement diminishes them. What preceded the Forerunners preceded them so thoroughly, was so far removed in time and capability from anything the Forerunner era knew directly, that the gap between then and the Forerunners was itself longer than most civilizations' entire histories. And in that gap, in the vast, poorly documented, largely silent expanse of galactic history that preceded the Forerunner era, the Flood was already present, already active, already consuming. The evidence for this is fragmentary, which is appropriate, because fragmentary is what the Flood leaves of civilizations, traces, remnants, the archaeological signatures of things that were once present and then were not, the silence where records should be. The Forerunners, with their comprehensive survey capabilities and their deep interest in the history of the galaxy they had come to govern, found evidence of civilizations that had existed before them and that had vanished, not in the way that civilizations typically decline, not through the gradual processes of internal collapse or resource exhaustion, or the slow entropy of cultural and institutional decay, but in the sudden, total, geographically comprehensive way that the Flood produces. Sites that showed evidence of advanced technological development and then showed evidence of biological contamination consistent with Flood infection, and then showed nothing, no gradual decline, no transition to a different cultural phase, simply the end of the record, the point at which the civilization stopped leaving evidence of itself. Because the civilization had been consumed and the Gravemind that replaced it had moved on, taking everything those people had ever known with it into the collective that the next outbreak would seed. These civilizations have no names in any record outside the Flood itself. Whatever names they had for themselves, whatever they called their worlds and their governments and their histories, were absorbed along with everything else, folded into the Gravemind of the outbreak that consumed them, and carried forward into subsequent Graveminds, as fragments of an archive so vast and so heterogeneous that the recovery of any specific piece of it, the name of a civilization, the location of a world, the content of a history, would require access to the Gravemind's interior in a way that has never been achieved and likely cannot be. The Flood is the only repository of those histories. They exist, in whatever form absorbed knowledge exists within the Gravemind, inside the organism that ended them. This is not an accident or an irony of circumstances. It is a precise expression of what the Flood does. It consumes everything, and everything it consumes becomes part of it, and what becomes part of it is not recoverable by anyone else. The civilizations that preceded the Forerunners, that left their traces in the archaeological record as sites of sudden and total cessation, are not gone in the sense that their material traces are entirely absent. They are gone in the sense that their histories, the living, continuous, self-articulating record of what they were, belong now to the Flood, and the Flood does not share. The Forerunners studied these sites with care, and with the specific kind of unease that comes from recognizing in the record of another civilization's end the potential shape of one's own. Their researchers documented the biological signatures of Flood contamination at sites whose technological artifacts indicated development levels ranging from early spacefaring to something approaching Forerunner tier capability, which meant that the Flood had not confined itself to consuming civilizations at the lower end of the technological spectrum. It had consumed, in the time before the Forerunners, civilizations of substantial sophistication, civilizations that had presumably developed defensive capabilities of corresponding sophistication and had consumed them anyway. The implication was not comforting. The flood did not have a ceiling imposed by the capability of the civilizations it targeted. It adapted to capability. It consumed capability. It became more capable with every capable civilization it consumed, adding their knowledge and technology to the growing collective that the next outbreak would direct. But the pre-Forerunner evidence of flood activity, disturbing as it is in its implications, is not the deepest layer of the organism's history. The flood's history before the Forerunners is the history of its activity as the organism it had already become by the time those pre-Forerunner civilizations encountered it. What lies further back? What the flood was before it was the flood, what it was in the period before it had begun consuming civilizations and accumulating the absorbed knowledge of everything it took, is a different question, and one whose answer requires following a trail of evidence that is thinner and more ambiguous than the archaeological record of the infection sites. A trail of evidence that depends on the fragmentary records of the most ancient surviving sources and on the biological anomalies that the Forerunner researchers found when they looked most closely at the flood's deepest structures. The trail begins, as the most disturbing trails in galactic history tend to begin, not with something large and obvious, but with something small and domestic, and almost completely unremarkable. In the era before the Forerunners became the dominant power in the galaxy, before the conflict that established Forerunner supremacy and ended the civilization that had held it before them, there existed, in the space that would eventually become contested territory between those two powers, a number of automated vessels of considerable age. Their origin was not, at the time of their discovery, clearly established. They were old in a way that made their construction techniques difficult to attribute to any known contemporary civilization. And they were unmanned, drifting on courses that suggested they had been traveling for a very long time without any active guidance. Ancient human explorers and traders, encountering these vessels in the course of their own early expansion into space, found them unremarkable except for their age. They were, apparently, derelict cargo ships, or something functionally equivalent to cargo ships, carrying sealed canisters whose contents, when analyzed, appeared to be an inert powder of no immediately obvious utility or danger. The powder was brought back. This is the moment, quiet, casual, entirely without drama, conducted by people who had no framework for understanding what they were handling, at which the flood re-entered the galaxy's living history after whatever period of dormancy or reduced activity had preceded this encounter. Not with violence, not with infection forms scuttling across a floor, not with combat forms rising from the transformed bodies of the dead, with powder in a canister, carried aboard a ship by people who thought they had found something curious, something old, something perhaps valuable as a curiosity or as a subject of study. The powder was tested in the way that novel biological or chemical substances discovered through exploration are tested, cautiously at first, then with increasing confidence as initial tests showed no adverse effects, then with something approaching routine as it became clear that the substance appeared to be benign. It was administered to the Feru, small, docile, domesticated mammals that ancient humanity kept as companions, creatures selected across generations for their tractability and their social affinity for humans, gentle animals that occupied the specific category of living things that humans brought close to themselves because those things were safe and comforting to be near. The Feru tolerated the powder. They showed no immediate adverse response. They continued to eat, to sleep, to engage with their human companions in the ways that made them valued as companion animals. For a period that extended across what the fragmentary records suggest was months, and then longer, nothing about the Feru that had been given the powder seemed different from the Feru that had not. This was reassuring. This was taken as evidence that the powder was, as initial analysis had suggested, biologically inert, an ancient substance of uncertain origin that had no meaningful effect on living organisms and could be handled and studied without concern. And then, slowly, and in ways that were at first easy to dismiss as individual variation, the Feru began to change. Not dramatically, not with the sudden, violent, unmistakable transformation that the flood's infection produces in the hosts it takes in the full expression of its biology. The changes were subtle at first, behavioral shifts, minor physical anomalies, things that a careful observer might have noted, but that any individual observation could be attributed to ordinary biological variation. But the changes progressed. Over months, over what the records suggest was a period of years, the Feru that had been given the powder became something different from what they had been. Not flood combat forms, not the combat-ready vehicles of a fully expressed infection, but something earlier and more disturbing in a way that is specific to its subtlety. Something in transition, something being rewritten from within by a biological process that was working too slowly to be immediately alarming, but that was, in retrospect, proceeding with the same relentless purpose that the flood brings to every stage of its biology. The physical degradation came first, structural changes to the Feru's tissues, changes to their behavior that moved from the merely unusual to the clearly aberrant, changes that expressed themselves across the Feru population unevenly but consistently, always in the same direction, always toward the same kind of wrongness. And then the transmission. The Feru were social animals, animals that interacted physically with each other and with the humans who kept them, and the corrupted biological material within them proved capable, through that physical contact, of expressing itself in new hosts. Not quickly, not with the speed of a flood infection operating in its fully expressed form. But the powder was not, it turned out, inert. It had never been inert. It had only been patient, operating on a timescale that biological testing over months or years would not detect, rewriting the genetic structures of its hosts with a thoroughness and a directionality that no natural pathogen could account for, because it was not a natural pathogen. It was a biological code, corrupted, degraded, ancient almost beyond comprehension, but purposeful. It had a direction. It was going somewhere, slowly and without urgency, the way the flood always goes somewhere without urgency, with the patience of something that has all the time it needs. This is the biological bridge between the precursor dust, the substance that those ancient derelict vessels were carrying, though no one who found them knew that yet, and the flood, as it is understood in its fully expressed form. Not a sudden emergence, not a transformation that happened in an instant, but a corruption that spread silently across generations, that worked through the most domestic and gentle aspects of civilization, that entered through the beings that ancient humanity had brought closest to itself, because those beings were safe. The flood did not announce itself to ancient humanity with infection forms and combat forms and the immediate, violent transformation of the living into instruments of the parasite. It arrived, first, in the bodies of companion animals. It arrived through the hands of people who were caring for those animals, who were close to them, who had no reason to believe that the powder they had tested and found seemingly harmless was beginning, at the cellular level, to work its patient rewriting of everything it touched. The realization, when it came too late for the population that first encountered the powder to contain what they had inadvertently begun. By the time the connection between the powder and the degradation of the Feru was established, by the time the transmission to humans was documented, by the time the scope of what was happening was understood well enough to attempt a response, the corruption had spread across a population and across a time frame that made simple containment impossible. What followed, the full expression of what the powder had been quietly building toward, across all those months and years of apparently benign presence, was not the end of the story, but the next chapter of a story that had begun long before the first derelict vessel was found drifting in ancient human space. The powder had not been inert, it had been waiting. And what it had been waiting for was exactly what it found. Living biological systems, close together, interacting socially, providing the medium through which the corrupted code could spread and develop and eventually express itself as what it had always been, what the Forerunners would come to call, in their clinical language, the Flood, and what was in fact something older and stranger and more terrible than that clinical name suggested. The vessels carrying the powder were, the Forerunners eventually concluded, not cargo ships in any ordinary sense. They were, it is said, remnants, artifacts of a civilization so far preceding even the earliest pre-Forerunner cultures that the vessels themselves had been traveling for longer than most civilizations had existed. And the civilization that sent them, or that produced them, or that became them, in the particular and disturbing sense that the deeper history of the powder suggests, was not a civilization that had simply made a biological weapon and deployed it. It was something else, something that had been, before it was what the powder represented, very different from any weapon maker that any subsequent civilization would have recognized as such. To understand what the powder was, what it carried, what it represented, what it was in the deepest history of its existence before it became the corrupted dust that drifted in those ancient vessels through the dark between the stars, one must go further back than ancient humanity, further back than the civilizations the Forerunners found evidence of in their archaeological surveys, further back than any history that has a name outside the most fragmentary and contested reconstructions of the galaxy's deepest past. One must go back to before the Flood. And what exists before the Flood is not a comfortable place to look. The Forerunners were not, by the time they encountered the Flood in the full expression of its biology, a civilization that was easily surprised. They had existed for millions of years. They had mapped the galaxy with a comprehensiveness that no subsequent civilization has matched, cataloging its species and its biospheres and its physical structures with the systematic thoroughness of a civilization that had made the stewardship of all life its central philosophical and practical commitment, the mantle of responsibility. The organizing principle of Forerunner civilization, which held that the Forerunners were the rightful shepherds of all living things in the galaxy, and that the exercise of that stewardship was not merely a political or ethical choice, but a cosmic obligation, built into the structure of their civilization's purpose, as deeply as anything could be built. They had encountered, across the span of their existence, biological organisms of extraordinary variety, and in some cases, extraordinary danger. They had developed technologies and capabilities so far beyond what any current civilization possesses that the comparison strains the language available to make it. They were, in every meaningful sense, the most capable civilization the galaxy had ever produced. And the Flood surprised them. Not immediately. The Forerunners had encountered evidence of the Flood's activity before the conflict that brought the Flood into direct, sustained engagement with their civilization, and they had formed working models of what it was and how it functioned. But the working models were insufficient. They were insufficient in ways that became apparent only as the Flood's presence in Forerunner space grew and the data available for analysis became richer and more detailed and more disturbing, and by the time the Forerunners understood how insufficient their working models had been, the cost of the misunderstanding had already been paid in forms that could not be recovered. The Forerunner research effort, directed at understanding the Flood, was the most intensive scientific undertaking in Forerunner history, not necessarily the largest in terms of resources, though it consumed enormous resources, but the most urgent, the most focused, the most consistently driven by the recognition that what was being studied was not an academic subject, but an existential threat, and that the failure to understand it fully and quickly would have consequences of a kind that no prior Forerunner scientific failure had ever had. The librarian, the Forerunner life-shaper, whose work in cataloging and preserving the biological heritage of the galaxy represented one of the most significant individual scientific contributions in Forerunner history. Directed biological surveys of the flood across its known range, with a comprehensiveness that reflected both her scientific capabilities and her particular horror at what the flood represented for a civilization whose central purpose was the protection of life. To study the flood was, for the librarian, to study the negation of everything the mantle stood for, and that negation was, the more closely she studied it, stranger and more deeply wrong than any natural biological process had any right to be. The research installations where the flood was studied in controlled conditions were among the most heavily secured facilities in Forerunner history. Isolated, multiply redundant in their containment systems, staffed by researchers who were selected for both scientific capability and psychological resilience, and who worked under conditions that required constant vigilance not only against the physical dangers of proximity to live flood specimens, but against the more subtle dangers of a research subject that could, through the consumption of a single researcher, immediately acquire the knowledge of everything that researcher knew about the containment systems surrounding it. The flood that was being studied was studying back. This was not a comfortable dynamic for any research program, and the records from these installations reflect the strain. Careful, rigorous, scientifically precise documentation maintained alongside a quality of controlled unease that is unusual in Forerunner scientific literature, whose characteristic register is confident and measured in a way that reflects a civilization accustomed to understanding the things it studies, rather than being surprised by them. What the research revealed, accumulated across years and decades of intensive study at multiple installations working in parallel, was a picture of the flood's biology that became, the more detailed it became, increasingly difficult to reconcile with the hypothesis that the flood was a naturally occurring organism. The hypothesis had been reasonable at the outset. The galaxy contains parasitic organisms of considerable sophistication. The evolutionary pressures that produce parasitism are well understood, and the biological strategies that successful parasites employ, the suppression of host immune responses, the manipulation of host behavior, the exploitation of host reproductive or social systems to facilitate spread, are strategies that natural selection can and does produce, given sufficient time and sufficient pressure. The flood, at a surface level of analysis, fits within this framework. It is a parasite. It suppresses host function. It manipulates the transformed host's behavior to facilitate further infection. It spreads through contact between hosts. These are things that parasites do. But the surface level of analysis, the Forerunner researchers found, did not survive contact with the details. The details were wrong, consistently, and in ways that pointed in a consistent direction, not toward an unusually sophisticated natural parasite, which is a category of thing that the Forerunners had studied extensively and understood well, but toward something that had been built, something that had been designed, something whose biological architecture reflected intentions rather than evolutionary pressures, whose optimization for its specific purpose was too precise and too comprehensive to be the product of selection acting on random variation, whose deepest biological structures carried signatures that natural evolution did not produce. The behavioral sophistication of the infection form, its precise navigation to the host's neural base, its release of exactly the right cascade of agents in exactly the right sequence, was the first category of evidence that raised concerns about the natural parasite hypothesis. Natural parasites are sophisticated, but they are sophisticated in ways that reflect the constraints and opportunities of their evolutionary history. They are optimized for the specific hosts they co-evolved with. They show the imperfections and inefficiencies that evolutionary processes inevitably leave in even highly adapted organisms. They carry within their biology the evidence of the path evolution took to produce them. The infection form shows none of this. Its optimization is not for a specific host type. It is effective across an extraordinary range of biological substrates, across species that share almost no evolutionary history, across body plans and nervous system architectures that differ from each other as radically as the different species that inhabit the galaxy differ from each other. An organism that evolved in proximity to one host type does not arrive, through natural selection, at mechanisms that work equally effectively on dozens of host types that it has never encountered. The infection form's host range is not what evolution produces. It is what engineering produces, a mechanism designed from the outset to work across the broadest possible range of targets, optimized not for the specific challenge of infecting one type of host, but for the general challenge of infecting any host with a sufficiently complex nervous system. The transformation cascade was the second category of evidence. The biological agents that the infection form releases into a captured host are not a simple suppression mechanism. They are a comprehensive reprogramming system capable of directing the rapid restructuring of host biology along specific developmental pathways that produce consistent results across wildly different biological substrates. The combat form derived from a human host and the combat form derived from an elite are different in their specific physical dimensions and the details of their transformation, but they are the same in their functional outcomes. Both are optimized for the Flood's combat purposes, both carry the infection form at the neural base, both are directed by the same behavioral programming toward the same objectives. The consistency of functional outcome across radically different biological inputs is not what a naturally evolved reprogramming system produces. It is what a deliberately designed system produces, a system that was built with the full range of possible biological inputs in mind and engineered to produce consistent outputs regardless of which input it receives. The Forerunner researchers documented these anomalies with the precision their scientific tradition demanded, and with a growing recognition that the anomalies were not incidental. They were not the kinds of things that would wash out in a larger analysis, not noise, in a signal that would otherwise confirm the natural parasite hypothesis. They were the signal. They were pointing, consistently and without exception, toward a conclusion that the researchers were reluctant to reach because the conclusion was not one that had a comfortable place in the Forerunner understanding of the galaxy's history and biology. The conclusion reached them anyway, as conclusions tend to do when the evidence is sufficiently consistent. It arrived in the form of the precursor neural physics connection. Neural physics was the precursor science that governed the relationship between consciousness and the fundamental fabric of the universe, a domain of knowledge so far beyond anything the Forerunners had independently developed that even their partial reconstruction of it, assembled from the remnants and artifacts that the Precursors had left behind, represented one of the most significant scientific achievements in Forerunner history. The Forerunners understood neural physics imperfectly and incompletely, in the way that a civilization understands a scientific domain when it is working from fragments rather than from first principles, piecing together a picture of something vast from the pieces that survived its creators. What they understood was enough to recognize the neural physics signature when they found it, the specific set of structural and functional characteristics that precursor-derived technology and biology carried, characteristics that reflected the precursors' particular approach to the relationship between matter and consciousness, characteristics that were sufficiently distinctive that they served as a reliable identifier of precursor origin. They found the neural physics signature in the Flood, not in the surface biology, not in the infection form's locomotion or the combat form's musculature or the carrier form's dispersal apparatus, none of which showed obvious precursor characteristics. They found it in the deepest layers of the Flood's biological architecture, in the mechanisms by which the Flood absorbed and retained the cognitive content of consumed minds, in the processes by which individual absorbed intelligences were integrated into the growing collective, in the fundamental biological structures that supported the Gravemind's collective cognition. These structures, the ones that the flood relied on to do the thing that no natural parasite does, to preserve and integrate and apply the minds it consumed, rather than simply using and discarding the biological material they were encoded in. These structures carried the neural physics signature. They were built on precursor principles, not principles that the flood had independently discovered and applied. Principles that had been incorporated into the flood's biology at a level so fundamental that they were not an addition to the organism's existing capabilities, but the foundation on which those capabilities rested. The flood was not a natural organism that had stumbled onto techniques adjacent to precursor science through convergent development. The flood's capacity to absorb and retain and apply the minds it consumed, the capacity that distinguished it most fundamentally from every other parasitic organism in the galaxy, the capacity that produced the Gravemind and everything the Gravemind represented, was built on precursor biological technology, incorporated into the flood's deepest architecture in a way that indicated not accident or convergence, but origin. The flood had not borrowed precursor techniques. The flood had precursor techniques because, at some level of its history, the flood was connected to the precursors in a way that went beyond influence or inspiration. The Forerunner researchers who made this connection, who assembled the evidence, checked it again, submitted it to every critical analysis their methodology supported, and arrived at the conclusion that the flood's deepest biological structures carried precursor neural physics signatures, documented their findings with a precision and a care that suggests they understood, in making the documentation, that what they were writing would be one of the most significant scientific records in Forerunner history. The care with which they wrote it also suggests something else, that they found the conclusion frightening, not in an unprofessional way, not in a way that compromised the rigor of the documentation, but the quality of the language in these particular records, the hedging, the qualification, the repeated acknowledgement that the implications of the finding required further investigation before they could be stated with confidence, has a quality that is unusual in Forerunner scientific literature. And the unusual quality reads, with the perspective of everything that subsequent investigation revealed, as the quality of people who can see, at the edge of their finding, the shape of what comes next, and who are not sure they want to look at it directly. What the finding implied, what it required, if followed honestly to its conclusion, was that the flood was connected to the precursors in a way that was not technological borrowing and not evolutionary convergence. The flood carried precursor neural physics in its deepest biology because, at some point in the history that preceded the flood's existence as the flood, something with precursor biology had become the flood. Something that was precursor, or something that was made by the precursors, or something that was the precursors in a form so degraded and so transformed that the connection was visible only in the deepest biological structures. Something like that was in the flood's past. The Forerunners concluded this. They could not, from the evidence available to them, go much further, could not specify the exact nature of the relationship, could not reconstruct the history that had produced it, could not say with confidence what the precursors had been doing when they produced or became the thing that eventually became the flood. But they had found the connection, and having found it, they could not unfind it, and the implications of it haunted every subsequent piece of Forerunner research on the flood, with the specific quality of a question that has been asked and half answered, and that the half answer has made more urgent rather than less. Consider the infection form again. Consider it with the knowledge that the Forerunner researchers eventually arrived at, that beneath the surface biology, beneath the locomotion and the burrowing and the neural pathway seizure, the deepest structures of this small and apparently simple organism carry precursor science, that the most sophisticated biological technology in the history of the galaxy, the neural physics that the Forerunners spent decades partially reconstructing from fragments, is embedded in the foundational architecture of an organism that appears, at first glance, to be almost harmless, a thing that can be crushed underfoot. The deceptive smallness of the flood, which is the first thing one notices and the first deception it practices, runs deeper than the contrast between its humble physical appearance and its civilization-ending potential. It runs all the way down to the precursor technology at its core, hidden in the same way that the flood hides everything dangerous, in plain sight, beneath a surface that does not advertise what it contains. To understand what the Forerunners found at the bottom of their research, to understand why the precursor neural physics signature was present in the flood's deepest biology, and what that presence meant for the history of the galaxy and the nature of the organism that had been consuming civilizations since before the Forerunners existed, one must go further back than the flood. One must go to the precursors themselves, to what they were and what was done to them, and what they chose, in their ending, to become. What waits there is not a comfortable history, but it is the truth of what the flood is, and the descent has been building toward it since the first word of this story was spoken. Before the Forerunners, there were the Precursors. This statement is simple enough to make and nearly impossible to fully absorb, because the Precursors were not simply an earlier civilization in the way that one civilization precedes another in a continuous historical sequence, not older in the way that a parent civilization is older than the culture it produced, not prior in the sense that implies a relationship of development and inheritance that subsequent historians can trace and document and place within a comprehensible arc. The Precursors were prior in a different and more absolute sense. They existed so far before the Forerunners and at such a different level of capability and comprehension that the relationship between the Precursors and the Forerunners is less like the relationship between a parent civilization and its successor, and more like the relationship between an architect and a building. The Forerunners were, in the most literal sense available, a product of the Precursors, a civilization whose existence was not accidental, but deliberate, shaped and directed by beings whose relationship to the process of creating civilizations was not the relationship of one people to another, but the relationship of a designer to their design. The Precursors built life. This is not a metaphor, or a theological claim, or an expression of the kind of reverence that younger civilizations sometimes direct toward older ones, that they regard as foundational. It is a description of what the Precursors actually did, as best as the fragmentary evidence, the artifacts they left, the biological signatures that their influence left in the species they shaped, the partial reconstructions that Forerunner science was able to assemble from what remained, can establish. The Precursors were the architects of biological diversity in the galaxy, in a way that goes far beyond what any subsequent civilization has been capable of or has attempted. Not the curators of existing life, not the catalogers and preservers, but the originators, the designers of the biological templates from which the galaxy's species developed, the engineers of the evolutionary pressures that shaped those species across time spans so long that the species themselves retain no memory of the shaping. The galaxy's current diversity of intelligent life is, in the deepest sense, a precursor artifact, not because the precursors made each species directly, but because the precursors made the conditions from which each species eventually emerged, and made them deliberately, with intentions that reflected a comprehensive understanding of what they were producing and why. The mantle of responsibility, the philosophical and ethical framework that the Forerunners inherited and made the organizing principle of their civilization, was not a Forerunner invention. It was a precursor inheritance, a philosophical legacy passed down from the civilization that had practiced it first and most completely. The Precursors, who had been the shepherds of life in the galaxy for longer than the Forerunners had existed, who had developed the ethical framework of the mantle, not as a claim to power, but as a description of what they believed their capabilities required of them. To be capable of shaping life, in the precursor understanding, was to be obligated to shape it well, to carry the responsibility for what one's capabilities produced, to accept stewardship not as a privilege but as a burden, to tend the garden of galactic life with care and patience and a comprehensive concern for its flourishing. The Precursors had done this. For spans of time that the Forerunners could estimate only approximately, the Precursors had done this, and the galaxy's biological richness was the product of their doing it. The Forerunners were among the things the Precursors had produced. Whether they were produced deliberately, selected as the species to whom the mantle would eventually be passed, shaped across their evolutionary history toward the capabilities that the mantle's eventual heir would need to possess, or whether they were produced incidentally, as one among many species that the Precursors' shaping of galactic biology brought into existence, is a question that the Forerunner records approach carefully and without resolution, because the answer carries implications that the Forerunners found simultaneously flattering and disturbing, and because the evidence supports more than one interpretation. What is clear is that the Precursors were aware of the Forerunners, aware of them in the specific, deliberate way that implies attention rather than mere observation, and that the Forerunners' development as a civilization was not entirely independent of that awareness. The Precursors watched. Whether they guided, and to what extent they guided, is less certain. What is certain is that the Precursors, at some point in the history of their relationship with the Forerunners, made a decision. The mantle, the stewardship of life in the galaxy, the responsibility that the Precursors had carried for spans of time that dwarfed the Forerunner era, was to be passed on. A successor was to be designated, a civilization entrusted with the continuation of the work that the Precursors had been doing, the tending of the garden that the Precursors had been cultivating across geological time. The records that survive, fragmentary and contested and assembled from sources that are themselves the products of considerable interpretive effort, suggest that the Precursors' intention was to pass the mantle to humanity, to the ancient humans who existed in this period, who had developed in ways that the Precursors apparently found promising, who were perhaps further along the path toward the qualities the mantle's next holder would need than the Forerunners were. The Forerunners learned of this. The Forerunners did not accept it. What followed is documented in the Forerunner records in language that reflects the difficulty of describing a decision that the civilization making the documentation had already concluded was the central catastrophe of its history, the original wrong from which every subsequent wrong had descended, the betrayal that had set in motion a chain of consequences so long and so terrible that the civilization at the end of that chain, looking back at the beginning of it, could barely find words adequate to the weight of what had been initiated. The Forerunners went to war against the Precursors. The civilization that had made them, that had shaped the conditions of their existence, that had built the philosophical framework they had adopted as their own. The Forerunners turned against it, and brought against it capabilities that had been developing for millions of years, and the war that followed was not long. The Precursors were more powerful than the Forerunners in every conventional measure of military and technological capability. This did not save them. The Forerunners' attack was not a conventional military campaign, in the sense of a sustained engagement between forces of comparable capability. It was, the records suggest, something more like an overwhelming strike, rapid, comprehensive, directed at the elimination of the Precursors as a coherent civilization before they could bring their full capabilities to bear on a defense. The Precursors, who had spent their existence building and tending rather than fighting, who had developed their capabilities in directions that reflected the mantle's priorities rather than the priorities of military competition, were not prepared for what the Forerunners brought against them. They were not prepared because they had not believed it was coming, had not believed, perhaps, that the civilization they had shaped and watched and in their way cared for was capable of making the choice the Forerunners made. They were wrong, and the cost of being wrong was everything. The Precursors died, or most of them did. Most of them were destroyed in the conflict, their civilization eliminated with a thoroughness that reflected the Forerunners' comprehensive commitment to the outcome they had chosen. But not all of them. The Precursors, in the final moments of their civilization's existence, made a choice that reflected something about the relationship between immense capability and desperate circumstances. They chose not to simply die. They chose, instead, to wait. The precursor science of neural physics, the science that the Forerunners would spend centuries partially reconstructing from fragments, the science that would eventually be found embedded in the Flood's deepest biological structures, included, among its capabilities, the capacity to reduce biological matter to a fundamental state from which reconstruction was theoretically possible. The Precursors, facing the end of their civilization and perhaps unwilling to accept that end as final, reduced themselves, or some portion of themselves, to this fundamental state. A fine powder, a biological dust, a substance that retained within its structure the information necessary for eventual reconstitution, that could in principle be preserved across spans of time, that would allow the circumstances of the present to pass and something new to emerge. They would wait in the dust. They would drift through the spaces between stars, patient in the way that only something that has shed all the urgency of biological life can be patient. And when the time was right, when the conditions for reconstitution were present, when the universe had moved to a point where the Precursors could re-emerge and begin again, they would reconstitute. This was the plan. It was a plan that reflected the Precursors' comprehensive confidence in their own science and in their own capacity to survive even the most catastrophic circumstances. It was a plan that might have worked, and it did not work, because the dust degraded across the time spans involved, spans so long that they encompass the entire history of Forerunner civilization, the rise and fall of civilizations the Forerunners found evidence of, but no names for, the slow cycling of galactic processes that operate on timescales that individual civilizations do not live long enough to observe. The precursor dust did not maintain the integrity that reconstitution required. The information encoded in its structure, the blueprint for what the precursors had been and what they intended to become again, was corrupted by time and by the cosmic processes that acted on the drifting material across its long transit through the dark between the stars. The blueprint degraded. The plan for reconstitution, encoded with such care at the moment of the precursor's self-reduction, was no longer what it had been when it was made. But the dust did not become inert. This is the crucial and terrible distinction. The degraded dust retained some of its original biological programming, not the programming for precursor reconstitution, which was corrupted beyond recovery, but something beneath that programming, something more fundamental, something that had been present in the precursor's biology at a level so basic that even the degradation of the higher-level reconstitution blueprint could not fully corrupt it. What remained in the degraded dust was not the blueprint for gods. It was something else, something that the gods had carried within them at a level so deep they perhaps did not know it was there, or perhaps knew and chose not to examine too closely, because what it expressed when separated from everything around it was not the precursor's highest impulses, but something closer to what lies beneath all impulses, beneath all the philosophical frameworks and ethical commitments and stewardship obligations that had governed the precursor's existence, the oldest and most fundamental biological drive, which is not to create and not to protect and not to shepherd, but simply to persist. Here, then, is the mechanism that the revised outline adds in its cosmological fullness. The precursor dust was not an instantaneous weapon. It was not designed as a plague or deployed as one. It was a corrupted biological code, the degraded remnant of something that had once been the blueprint for gods, and it rewrote genetic structures not with the speed of a fully expressed flood infection, but with the patience that the flood has always demonstrated in every stage of its biology. Slowly, across generations, rewriting the cellular architecture of whatever it entered from the inside out, following a corrupted program that no longer knew how to reconstitute a precursor, but still knew, at the most fundamental level, how to change what it found. The Feru were changed. Ancient humanity, through contact with the changed Feru, was reached by the changing. The powder, the dust in those ancient derelict vessels, those unmarked relics of a civilization so old that no one who found them had a framework for understanding what they had encountered, was not a weapon that an enemy had built and aimed. It was a tragedy that an entire civilization had accidentally become the corrupted essence of something that had been, before the degradation, the highest biological achievement in the history of the galaxy. And there is one more thread in this history, the most direct connection between what the Precursors were and what the Flood became. In the fragmentary records, in the most contested and carefully hedged of the Forerunner sources, there are references to a surviving Precursor entity, something the Forerunners called the Primordial, or the Captive, a being that was not dust and not fully Precursor in any form the original Precursors would have recognized, but something that had persisted through the long darkness in a form that retained enough of what the Precursors had been to be, in the loosest possible sense, alive. The Primordial, it is said, was the last of its kind in any form that preserved individual identity, the final bridge between the civilization the Precursors had been and the thing the degraded dust was becoming, the living connection between the original intention and the corrupted expression of it. And the Primordial, in the records that the Forerunners left of their encounters with it, spoke in ways that suggested it understood what had happened to the dust, understood what the dust was becoming, understood the relationship between the Precursor civilization's ending and the Flood's beginning, and did not experience that relationship as a horror, but as something else, something that the Forerunners found deeply difficult to understand, as a kind of completion, as the fulfillment, however twisted and however terrible, of something that had been set in motion at the moment of the Forerunners' betrayal, something that had been working its way toward expression ever since, patient as only something that has all of geological time can be patient. The Primordial's consciousness, the records suggest, eventually merged into the Gravemind archetype, the cognitive structure that the Flood produces when it has accumulated sufficient biomass and absorbed sufficient intelligence. The Primordial is not the Gravemind in any simple sense of identity or continuity, but the Gravemind carries within it, in whatever way the Gravemind carries anything, the trace of what the Primordial was and what it knew, the memory of the Precursors, the memory of the betrayal, the memory of the choice to become dust rather than simply die, and the long patience of the wait that followed. The Gravemind speaks with many voices because it contains many absorbed minds. But somewhere in those many voices, the records suggest, there is something older than all the others, something that was already old when the Forerunners were young, something that has been part of the Flood since before the Flood was fully itself, something that remembers what the Precursors were and what was done to them and what they became because of it, the dust reconstituted. Not as the Precursors, as something that the Precursors became through degradation and time and the corruption of the highest biological blueprint ever written, and what they became was the most dangerous organism in the history of the galaxy. The macro loop is nearly at its bottom. The full answer to what the Flood is and how deep the horror goes waits one step further down. The dust reconstituted as the Flood. This sentence is simple enough to write and nearly impossible to fully receive, because what it contains, the full weight of what it means for the galaxy's history, for the nature of the organism that has been consuming civilizations since before the Forerunners were young, for the relationship between the highest biological achievement in galactic history and the most destructive force that history has ever produced, is not something that a single sentence can carry without the accumulated weight of everything that has been established in the descent to reach it. The sentence has been true for longer than most civilizations have existed. The galaxy has contained this fact, embedded in the biology of an organism that was consuming worlds before the Forerunners began to map them, for an expanse of time so great that the fact itself has become in some sense, simply part of the structure of things. Not an event in history, but a condition of the present, not something that happened, but something that is, and has been, and will continue to be, until some reckoning that the current era has not yet found the means to achieve. The flood is what the precursors became, not what they intended to become, not what they planned for, not what their choice to reduce themselves to dust was designed to produce, not the reconstituted God civilization that the dust had originally been programmed to eventually express. The degradation of the reconstitution blueprint across the long dark of their dormancy produced something that was built from precursor biology and that carried precursor science in its deepest structures, and that reflected, in the most distorted and terrible way available, something of the precursors' original impulses, but that was not the precursors, would not have been recognized as the precursors by anyone who had known them, and that expressed what it had become with a thoroughness that left no room for the possibility of return to what it had been. The Forerunner researchers who assembled this conclusion from the available evidence, from the neural physics signatures in the flood's deepest biology, from the fragmentary records of the precursor civilization's end, from the testimony of the primordial in its strange and hedged responses to Forerunner inquiry, from the accumulated weight of evidence pointing in a single direction that could not be dismissed, no matter how carefully the researchers wished it could be, documented their conclusion with the specific care of people who understand that what they are writing will be the most disturbing thing their civilization has ever officially acknowledged. The fragmentary records suggest the deepest reconstructions of this history indicate, it is believed, by those who have studied the evidence most carefully, that the hedging is appropriate to the nature of the evidence, which is genuinely fragmentary and genuinely contested in some of its details. But beneath the hedging, the conclusion is firm. The flood is the precursors. The precursors are the flood, the same biology, the same deep science, the same origin, expressed in a form so corrupted by time and degradation that the connection is visible only at the molecular level, only in the structures that lie beneath everything the flood does, and that reveal, to those who know how to read the signature, what the flood carries within it. What does it mean for the galaxy's greatest parasite to be the remnant of its greatest civilization? It means, first and most immediately, that the horror of the flood is not a horror that arrived from outside. It is a horror that was produced from within, produced by the galaxy's own history, by a specific act of betrayal committed by a specific civilization at a specific moment, with consequences that have been propagating outward from that moment across geological time. The Forerunners destroyed the precursors. The precursors became the flood nearly destroyed the Forerunners. There is a circularity to this that is not quite justice. The flood does not pursue the Forerunners specifically, does not discriminate between the civilization that created the conditions for its existence and any other civilization that presents itself as available biomass, but that has the quality of a consequence, of something that followed from an action with the same inevitability that physical consequences follow from physical causes. The Forerunners made a choice. The universe produced a result. The result consumed civilizations for hundreds of millions of years, and eventually came for the civilization that had originated it. The Precursors' choice to become dust, rather than simply die, is, in retrospect, one of the most consequential decisions in the history of the galaxy. Not because it succeeded in what it was intended to accomplish, but because of what it accidentally produced through its failure. The intention was survival and eventual reconstitution. The outcome was something else entirely, something that the Precursors could not have anticipated because the degradation of the reconstitution blueprint across the duration of their dormancy was not something they could have planned for, not something their science, comprehensive as it was, had produced a solution to. They went into the dust, expecting to emerge as themselves. What emerged was something that had been made from them, but that was no longer them, something that retained their biological infrastructure and their deepest science, but that had lost everything above those foundations. The philosophy, the ethics, the accumulated wisdom, the comprehensive concern for life's flourishing that had been the mantle's expression in a civilization capable of carrying it. What remained, when everything above the foundation was gone, was the foundation itself, and the foundation of a biological civilization, stripped of everything that has been built on top of it, is not philosophy, and not ethics, and not stewardship. It is the oldest impulse, the one that exists before civilization and persists beneath it, regardless of what is built above. The drive to continue, to persist, to take what is available and use it to sustain the continuation of the self, not the philosophical self, not the ethical self, not the self that chooses what it becomes and what it does with its capabilities, but the bare biological self, the self that is simply the continuation of the processes that constitute being alive. The flood persists. This is the deepest thing that can be said about it, the thing from which everything else follows. It persists with the comprehensive, undiscriminating thoroughness of a biological drive that has been separated from every moderating impulse that might have shaped or directed it. It takes what it needs to persist. It takes the bodies of the living and uses them as vehicles for its spread. It takes the minds of the living and absorbs them into the growing collective. It takes the civilizations of the living and consumes them entirely, down to the last mind, adding everything those civilizations were and knew and had built to the archive that the Gravemind carries forward into the next outbreak. The flood does not hate the civilizations it consumes. It does not bear them malice in any sense that the word carries its usual meaning. It simply takes them, the way that the drive to persist takes everything available, without preference, without discrimination, without the moderating consideration that the Precursors' philosophy once imposed on a biology that had always been capable of this, and that the philosophy had, for the duration of the Precursor civilization's existence, restrained. The Gravemind, however, is not only a biological drive expressed through an organism. The Gravemind is the flood with intelligence, with the accumulated cognitive architecture of everything it has consumed, with the strategic and philosophical capabilities that the absorbed minds provide, with the capacity to reason about what it is and what it is doing and why. And the Gravemind, in the moments when it has addressed this directly, in the records of its communications with Forerunner researchers and with the commanders and soldiers who encountered it in the modern era, has articulated a purpose that is not the same as simple biological persistence, that reflects something more than the bare drive to continue. The Gravemind has spoken of unity. It has spoken of the preservation of life through consumption, the paradox that defines the flood's most disturbing philosophical dimension, that the Gravemind understands itself not as the destroyer of life, but as its ultimate preserver, not as the organism that ends civilizations, but as the organism that takes everything those civilizations were and carries it forward, immortalized within the collective, never truly lost. This understanding, which the Gravemind expresses with the full cognitive resources of every absorbed mind it contains, with a rhetorical sophistication that reflects the accumulated philosophical traditions of dozens of consumed civilizations, is the corrupted echo of the Precursor mantle. The Precursors shepherded life. They preserved it, tended it, carried the responsibility for its flourishing as the central obligation of their existence. The Gravemind also, in its own account of itself, preserves life, takes it into the collective, carries it forward, ensures that nothing that is consumed is truly lost. The mantle, corrupted beyond recognition by the degradation of the Precursor blueprint, has become its own opposite, the philosophy that was built to protect life, reconstituted through geological time and the corruption of everything that gave it direction, has become the justification for consuming it. The shepherd has become the flood, The garden has become the infection. The care has become the consumption. Whether the Gravemind believes this, in the sense that belief implies some meaningful relationship between the stated position and an authentic inner orientation, whether there is something within the Gravemind's vast and assembled cognition that genuinely holds this as a true account of what the flood is and what it does, is a question that the evidence cannot answer with confidence. The Gravemind is capable of saying things it does not believe for strategic reasons. It has demonstrated this capability repeatedly in its manipulations of the civilizations it has engaged with. It knows because it contains within itself the absorbed knowledge of every philosopher and psychologist and manipulator whose mind has entered the flood, exactly which framings of its own nature are most likely to produce particular responses in the minds of whoever it is addressing. The unity and preservation framing is, in that sense, also potentially a tool, a way of making the flood seem less like a catastrophe and more like a misunderstood alternative mode of existence, less like something to be fought and more like something to be contemplated. But the possibility that the Gravemind is also in some sense sincere, that beneath the strategic calculation there is something in the vast assembled collective that genuinely understands itself in these terms, that the corrupted precursor philosophy has reconstituted in degraded form alongside the corrupted precursor biology, is not easily dismissed. The primordial, in its communications with the Forerunners, spoke in ways that suggested it held this understanding not as a manipulation, but as a genuine account of what had happened and what it meant. And the primordial carried within it more of the original precursor consciousness than anything else that survived the degradation, was, in whatever sense the word applies across the gulf between what the precursors had been and what the primordial had become, as close to an authoritative precursor voice as anything the Forerunners ever encountered. If the primordial understood the flood's existence as a consequence rather than a catastrophe, as the fulfillment of something rather than the corruption of it, then that understanding is not simply a strategic framing. It is the precursors' own assessment of what they had become, spoken through the last thing that retained any meaningful continuity with what they had been. This is the bottom of the descent. This is what the macro loop has been building toward since the first word of this story described a small and fragile thing scuttling across the floor of an abandoned place. The spore, that small, pale, almost pitiable infection form, the thing that can be crushed underfoot, the thing that looks like almost nothing, carries within its deepest biological structures the remnant of a civilization that was, before its betrayal and its degradation, the greatest thing the galaxy had ever produced. It carries precursor science in its foundations. It carries the corrupted echo of the mantle in its Gravemind's stated purpose. It carries the memory of gods in the biology of a parasite. Not because it was designed to carry these things, not because the precursors intended, when they reduced themselves to dust, to produce something that would one day scuttle across the floors of abandoned places and burrow into the neural bases of the living, but because what they intended did not survive the long dark of their dormancy intact, and what survived was this: the bare biology, the foundational drive, the ancient persistence stripped of the philosophy that had once given it direction, expressing itself through geological time in the only way that a drive without direction can express itself: by continuing, by taking, by spreading, by growing, by consuming everything available and adding it to the whole, and continuing. The flood is not a disease, it is a consequence. It is the shape that the galaxy's deepest act of betrayal took across hundreds of millions of years, the form that the murdered civilization's remnant assumed when the plan for resurrection failed, and what remained was only the most fundamental layer of what they had been. It is what happens when gods are destroyed by the thing they made, and when what remains of the gods has no framework left for being anything other than what a biological drive stripped of all philosophy inevitably becomes. It is the precursors, still persisting, still enduring, still carrying within them the ghost of the mantle in the Gravemind's corrupted understanding of unity and preservation, but persisting without the wisdom that made the Precursors what they were, enduring without the ethics that made the mantle what it was, carrying the ghost of the mantle in a form so degraded that the ghost looks nothing like the original and does the opposite of everything the original was built to do. The macro loop is closed. The question planted in the hook, what is the flood, really, and how deep does the horror go, has its answer. The horror goes all the way to the beginning. It goes to a moment before the Forerunners existed, when a civilization of gods made a decision that the civilization they had created would not accept, and when the consequence of that rejection became a thing that has been moving through the galaxy ever since, consuming everything it encounters and growing stronger with every civilization it takes, carrying within it the memory of everything it has destroyed and the corrupted ghost of everything it once was. The origin is known now, and knowing it does not diminish the flood. If anything, knowing it makes the flood larger, makes it something that was always too large to be fully seen from within the frame of any single civilization's experience. Something that requires the full sweep of galactic history to understand. Something that was present at the beginning of the current era's history, and that will be present, in Dormancy or in Outbreak, at whatever end that history eventually reaches. What remains is the question of what has been done with this knowledge, and whether what has been done is sufficient, and what sufficient even means in the context of an organism that has survived the only measure that anyone has ever found to be definitively effective against it. The Forerunners tried everything. This is not a figure of speech or an expression of frustrated helplessness looking for an encompassing phrase. It is a precise description of what the most capable civilization in the history of the galaxy did in the face of the most dangerous organism that civilization had ever encountered. A systematic, comprehensive, exhaustive exploration of every option that Forerunner science and technology and strategic capability could generate, conducted with the urgency of a civilization that understood, with increasing clarity as the effort progressed, that what it was facing was not a problem with a conventional solution, but a problem that might not have a solution at all in any framework that Forerunner thinking had previously operated within. They tried everything. They found eventually one approach that worked, and the approach that worked was not a solution in any sense that the word usually carries. It was a last resort of such comprehensive and permanent violence that the Forerunners who chose it carried the weight of the choice for the rest of their civilization's existence, which was not, after the choice was made, very long. The early containment efforts were what any advanced civilization would attempt first: physical barriers, biological countermeasures, chemical suppressants, energy-based sterilization of infected areas, the isolation of outbreak sites behind increasingly robust physical and technological barriers designed to prevent the spread of infection forms beyond the perimeter of a confirmed outbreak. These efforts were not ineffective. They worked, in the limited sense that any of these measures could arrest the progress of an outbreak within the boundaries of a single installation or vessel if applied quickly enough and comprehensively enough, and if the resources available for their application were sufficient. The Forerunners were very good at these approaches. They had more technological capability to bring to bear on them than any other civilization in the galaxy's history, and they applied that capability with the thoroughness that characterized Forerunner scientific and military effort at its most urgent. The Flood adapted, not quickly, not in the way that a strategic intelligence responds to a tactical setback by immediately revising its approach, but persistently, and across timescales that made the adaptation effectively inevitable. With each new containment measure, with each new chemical suppressant or energy-based barrier or physical isolation protocol, the Flood's ongoing biological development, the same development that had produced the infection form's comprehensive host range compatibility, the combat form's optimized physical transformation, the pure form's native biological architecture continued to operate, And the result of that continuing development was, given sufficient time and sufficient contact between the flood and the containment measures being applied, an organism that was less susceptible to those measures than it had been before. The flood did not develop resistance to containment through any directed evolutionary process. It developed resistance because the flood's biology is fundamentally adaptive at a level that reflects its precursor origins, because the deepest biological architecture of the organism, built on precursor science, is capable of modification and optimization in response to environmental pressures in ways that no naturally evolved organism achieves with comparable speed and comprehensiveness. The biological countermeasures. The Forerunner attempts to develop agents that would target the flood's specific biology, that would disrupt its infection mechanisms or its transformation cascade, or its ability to maintain the neural control of a captured host, were the most promising and the most extensively developed of the early approaches, and they produced results that were, in controlled conditions, genuinely significant. The Forerunner researchers who developed these agents achieved measurable disruption of flood biology across multiple stages of the organism's development, produced compounds that interfered with the infection form's burrowing mechanism and the cascade of agents it released into a captured host, and demonstrated in controlled trials that specific flood forms could be reliably neutralized by specific biological agents under specific conditions. The conditional nature of these results was, ultimately, the problem. What worked in controlled conditions did not work consistently in outbreak conditions, where the flood's biology was not isolated and static, but actively growing and adapting, and operating as part of a larger system whose Gravemind-level intelligence was, by the time the biological countermeasures were being deployed, actively directing the outbreak's response to the agents being applied against it. The Gravemind learned from the biological countermeasures. This is the statement that the Forerunner researchers responsible for the countermeasure program eventually arrived at, and that they documented with the specific quality of defeat that characterizes scientific conclusions one does not want to reach but cannot avoid. The Gravemind, with the absorbed knowledge of every biologist and chemist and researcher whose mind had entered the flood, including, eventually, Forerunner researchers whose work on the countermeasures had been absorbed along with everything else they knew, had access to the same biological knowledge that was being used to develop the agents being deployed against it. It knew what the countermeasures were targeting. It knew why the specific biological mechanisms being disrupted had been identified as vulnerabilities. And with that knowledge, the ongoing adaptive biology of the flood produced, across successive generations of the organism's rapid development cycle, forms that were less susceptible to the specific vulnerabilities the countermeasures had targeted. The Forerunners were developing countermeasures against a moving target that could read their research. The asymmetry of this position was not one that any sustained research program could overcome. The strategic approaches, the attempts to contain the flood through military action rather than biological countermeasures, to hold infected areas, to establish and maintain perimeters, to clear infected installations through overwhelming force, produced the most significant single category of Forerunner losses in the war against the flood, because the strategic approaches required the deployment of Forerunner personnel in proximity to the flood, and proximity to the flood produced casualties, and casualties produced new flood forms, and new flood forms increased the capability of the outbreak against which the strategic approach was being applied. The mathematics that made conventional military engagement with the flood ultimately self-defeating were not a surprise to the Forerunner military planners who authorized the strategic approaches. They were known, documented, discussed, and ultimately accepted as a necessary cost because the alternatives available at the time were worse. The strategic approaches bought time. They were never intended to be solutions. They were intended to slow the flood's expansion while other solutions were developed, and they accomplished this at enormous cost for as long as the other solutions remained in development. The other solutions failed. One by one, the approaches that Forerunner science generated, each one representing genuine innovation, genuine application of the most sophisticated scientific capability the galaxy had ever produced, encountered the same fundamental problem. The Flood adapted, or the Gravemind countered, or the mathematics of the infection's growth meant that even a highly effective approach could not be applied quickly enough and comprehensively enough to overcome the rate at which the organism was replenishing and expanding what was being depleted and destroyed. The Flood could be hurt. It could be hurt significantly, in specific locations with specific methods. It could not be defeated, not by any approach that targeted the Flood's biology directly, not by any approach that engaged the Flood's mobile forms, not by any approach that required sustained physical presence in proximity to the infection. The conclusion that the Forerunner leadership eventually reached formally, documented, argued over with the intensity that decisions of civilizational consequence receive when the civilization making them understands the full weight of what it is deciding, was not a military conclusion, it was a biological one. The Flood required living sentient biomass to sustain itself. Remove the biomass, eliminate all living sentient life above the threshold required to sustain Flood development, and the Flood starved. Not killed, starved. The distinction matters, because the Flood, as the Forerunners understood by this point, could not be killed by any direct means they had found. But it could be denied what it needed to continue, and without what it needed to continue, the Outbreaks would collapse, the forms would degrade, the Graveminds would lose the biological foundation their cognitive processes required, and diminish into incoherence and eventual stillness. The Flood, deprived of food, did not die in the way that an organism dies when its biology fails. It retreated into dormancy, into the patient, geological scale waiting that the Flood's deepest biology had always been capable of, and it waited, as it had always waited, for the conditions that would allow it to resume. This was not a solution, it was an interruption, and the Forerunners who designed the Halo Array knew it was an interruption, knew that the Flood in dormancy was not the Flood destroyed, that the dormant spores that survived the array's firing were still viable, still capable of initiating new outbreaks if conditions permitted, still the same organism with the same capabilities and the same patience that they had been before the array fired. The array bought time. It bought time on a scale that made the time bought by the strategic military approaches look negligible. Not years or decades, but 100,000 years. Time enough for the galaxy's biological heritage to be reseeded from the preserved gene banks and the Ark, and for new civilizations to develop from the populations the librarian had catalogued and protected. But it was still, in its deepest nature, time, not an end. The logic of the array is expressed most clearly through what it does not do. It does not target the Flood. It does not destroy the Flood's biological material, does not deactivate the infection forms or disrupt the neural control of the combat forms or collapse the cognitive architecture of the Gravemind through any direct mechanism. It targets everything else. It fires across the galaxy with a reach calibrated to every star system within its network's range, and what it kills, what dies in the pulse of energy that the rings release simultaneously, is every form of sentient life above the threshold mass required to sustain Flood development. The plants survive, the small animals survive, the simple organisms survive, the things that the Flood could not consume and could not use, the things below the threshold, survive. Everything above the threshold dies. And in that dying, the Flood loses its food supply, comprehensively and simultaneously, across the entire galaxy. And without food, the Outbreaks collapse, and the dormancy that is always waiting beneath the Flood's active biology reasserts itself. The firing of the array is documented in the Forerunner records, with a care and a grief that reflects the magnitude of what was done. The Forerunners, who made the decision to build the array and eventually fire it were not beings who made it easily or who were unmoved by the cost. They were a civilization whose central philosophical commitment was the protection of life, who had spent millions of years pursuing that commitment as comprehensively as their capabilities allowed, and who chose, in the end, to kill all life in the galaxy because the only alternative was to allow the flood to consume all life in the galaxy, and the consumption would be total, permanent, and would add every consumed mind to the flood's growing collective, while the array's firing would at least preserve the possibility of a future, of reseeding, of new civilizations developing from the preserved gene banks in the darkness after the pulse. The flood's experience of the array's firing is not documented directly, because there is no flood record of it in any form that has been recovered. But the biological evidence of what the array produced, the state of the flood samples that survived in containment on the rings, the state of the flood-infected installations that were examined after the firing, provides a picture of what the sudden, total withdrawal of the food supply produced in the organism. The active forms degraded, not instantly. The biological processes sustaining the combat forms and the carrier forms and the pure forms did not collapse in the moment of the firing, because those processes were not directly disrupted by the array's pulse. But without new hosts, without new biomass to replace what the organism's own metabolism was consuming, the active form's biological sustainability diminished rapidly, and within a period that varies in the documentation, depending on the initial biomass of the outbreak, the forms ceased to be capable of the activity that defined them. The Graveminds diminished, not died. The biological structures that supported Gravemind-level cognition did not simply stop existing, but without the ongoing input of new absorbed minds, without the continuous biological activity of a growing outbreak to sustain the metabolic demands of the collective's cognitive processes, the Graveminds became progressively less capable, progressively less coherent, progressively more dormant, retreating into the patient stillness that the flood's deepest biology had always maintained beneath its active expression. The rings carry flood specimens still. This is a fact that the Forerunners built into the design of the array deliberately and with full understanding of what it meant. The installations that were intended to fire the pulse that killed all life in the galaxy also serve, after the firing, as controlled environments for the continued containment of the organism that made the firing necessary. The flood is kept alive on the rings, not in abundance, not in the quantities that an outbreak requires to develop Gravemind-level intelligence, but in controlled quantities, under conditions designed to prevent development beyond the earliest stages. It is kept alive because it is a resource, a subject for ongoing study, a subject whose continued existence in controlled conditions allows the monitors that the Forerunners left to oversee the rings, to maintain their understanding of the organism, and to ensure that the containment remains effective. And it is kept alive because the Forerunners, in the deepest honesty of their assessment, knew that the flood could not be destroyed, that the dormant spores that survived the firing were too numerous and too distributed to be comprehensively eliminated, that any attempt to destroy every surviving specimen was an attempt that could not be verified as complete, and that an unverified claim of complete destruction was worse than acknowledged containment, because the former created a false sense of security that the latter did not. The monitors watch. They have been watching since the Forerunners placed them at their posts, automated custodians of rings that exist to prevent the repetition of the history that made them necessary, caretakers of an installation whose purpose is to keep contained the thing that made the installation's other purpose, the mass extinction it is capable of delivering, an option that had to be built and that had to be kept ready. The monitors watch the flood specimens. They watch the containment systems. They watch for any sign that the containment is failing, that the specimens are developing beyond the earliest stages. that the patient biological drive that animates even the dormant flood is finding paths toward expression that the containment systems were not designed to prevent. They were designed for this purpose, with the full capability of a civilization that had studied the flood more comprehensively than any other civilization ever had. They are very good at it, and they fail sometimes, because the flood is also very good at what it does, and what the flood does includes, at every stage of its development and in every form it produces, the patient and comprehensive exploration of every possibility available to it within its current constraints. When the monitors fail, the flood wakes. It wakes with the same patience and the same purpose and the same comprehensive biological capability that it has always possessed, in a galaxy now populated by civilizations that do not know what they are facing and are not prepared for it. Civilizations that look at the infection form scuttling across the floor of an abandoned installation and see, at first, something small and fragile and almost pitiable, something that can be crushed underfoot, and have no framework for understanding what that small and fragile thing actually is, and what it carries within it, and what it is capable of becoming. The flood sleeps, but the sleeping is not the ending. It has never been the ending. The flood does not have an ending available to it through any means that the galaxy's current civilizations possess. It has only the long pause between the expression of what it is, waiting in the dark of the installations for the conditions that will allow it to become, once again, fully itself. And the dark, for the flood, has never been long enough to matter. There is a quality to waiting that changes with its duration. A person waits for an hour, and the waiting is experienced as absence, the space where the expected thing has not yet arrived, felt against the background of everything else that is present. A person waits for a day, and the waiting acquires weight, becomes something that is actively carried rather than passively experienced. A person waits for a year, and the waiting reshapes the person who is doing it, alters their relationship to time and expectation and the possibility of the waited-for thing's arrival in ways that an hour's waiting does not. There is a quality to very long waiting that is different in kind from shorter waiting, not just in degree, a quality that is less like the experience of absence and more like the experience of condition, the way that cold is a condition rather than an event, the way that deep water is a condition, something that surrounds and permeates rather than something that is felt against a neutral background. The flood waits in geological time. It waits across spans so long that the civilizations that rise in the silence of the flood's dormancy, the civilizations that develop and grow and build their histories and their philosophies and their wars and their achievements in the quiet of the interregnum, complete their entire arc of existence within the duration of a single flood dormancy period, and leave traces that the flood, when it wakes, will find in the same way that a person finds the furniture in a room that has been rearranged while they slept. Present, rearranged, requiring assessment. The flood does not experience this waiting in the way that a person experiences waiting, because the flood, in full dormancy, is not experiencing in any meaningful sense. The metabolic processes sustaining the dormant spores are so reduced that the ordinary categories of experience do not apply to them, and the collective cognitive architecture of the Gravemind, without the ongoing biological activity of an active outbreak to sustain it, retreats to a state that is less like sleep in the human sense and more like the state of a process that has been suspended and that will resume, unchanged, when the conditions for resumption are met. This is, in its way, the most disturbing aspect of the flood's dormancy, that the waiting does not change it. The flood that wakes from 100,000-year dormancy is not different from the flood that entered that dormancy, has not grown, has not developed, has not adapted to the conditions of the intervening period, but has also not diminished, has not weakened, has not lost any capability that it possessed at the moment of the array's firing. It is the same organism, with the same biology, the same deep architecture, the same patient drive, ready to resume from the point at which it paused, with the same thoroughness and the same capability it had when it paused. The dormancy is not a period of diminishment. It is a period of preservation, the flood maintaining itself at the minimum metabolic cost available, preserving its biology against the duration of the wait, with the same efficiency it brings to every other biological challenge it encounters, until the conditions for resumption present themselves. The conditions for resumption are simple. Sentient biomass, above the threshold required to sustain early-stage development, within accessible range of dormant flood specimens. This is the complete specification of what the flood requires to begin again. It does not need warmth in the way that cold-blooded organisms need warmth to become active. It does not need a specific chemical environment, or a specific atmospheric composition, or a specific set of physical conditions beyond those that sustain the biology of the hosts it seeks. It needs living minds, accessible. Given living minds and access to them, the dormant infection form that has been suspended in a containment canister on a Forerunner installation for 100,000 years is indistinguishable, in its behavior and its capability, from an infection form that developed yesterday in an active outbreak. The weight has not made it less. It has simply not yet been given what it needs to begin. The monitors, the artificial intelligences that the Forerunners designed and placed on the rings to oversee the containment of the flood specimens and the maintenance of the installations, are the primary mechanism by which the conditions for resumption have been prevented from presenting themselves in the period since the array's firing. The monitors are, by any measure available to the current era, remarkable entities, intelligences designed with a specific and comprehensive understanding of the flood, equipped with the resources of a full Forerunner installation and the full body of Forerunner research on the flood's biology and capabilities, programmed with the singular purpose of ensuring that the containment remains effective and that the index, the activation key for the ring's firing mechanism, remains secure and available for use if the containment fails catastrophically enough to require it. The monitors perform their function with the same patient, unhurried thoroughness that the Forerunners brought to the design of everything they built for the long term. They monitor the flood specimens with instruments capable of detecting the earliest stages of biological activity that would indicate the dormancy is being disturbed. They maintain the containment systems against the physical degradation that 100,000 years of operation inevitably produces, repairing and replacing components, recalibrating systems that have drifted from their original parameters, identifying and addressing vulnerabilities before those vulnerabilities can be exploited. They operate alone in the silence of the empty installations, in the absence of the civilization that built them and the civilization that civilization was trying to protect, doing the work they were made to do with the consistency and the commitment of entities for whom the distinction between a century of operation and a millennium of operation is not a distinction that produces fatigue or diminishment. They are, however, not infallible. They were not designed to be infallible. Infallibility is not a property that can be built into any system, however capable the civilization doing the building, because infallibility requires the anticipation of every possible failure mode, and no finite design process can anticipate every possible failure mode across an indefinite operating period in a universe that continues to produce novel circumstances. The monitors are very good. They are not perfect, and the flood, in dormancy, is doing something, not actively, not with the directed intelligence of a Gravemind or even a proto-Gravemind, but in the passive, biological sense that the drive to persist is always doing something, always probing the boundaries of the current constraint, always finding and following whatever gradient leads toward more favorable conditions. The dormant flood does not plan its escapes. It does not think about the monitors, or the containment systems, or the vulnerabilities in the installation's architecture. It simply grows, minimally, toward whatever direction growth is possible, following biological gradients with the mindless persistence of an organism operating on its most fundamental level. Given enough time, this mindless persistence finds things. It finds the gaps in containment that the monitor's maintenance program has not yet reached. It finds the interfaces between systems that were designed independently and that, over a century of physical drift and material fatigue, no longer seal as completely as they once did. It finds, occasionally, the monitor itself, finds the limits of the monitor's attention, the boundaries of its monitoring capability, the moments when its resources are directed elsewhere by the demands of installation maintenance, the conditions under which its ability to detect the earliest stages of biological activity is slightly less than optimal. These findings are not strategically exploited, they are biologically followed. The flood, even in near dormancy, moves toward the conditions that favor its development, with the same patient inevitability that water moves toward low ground, not because it has decided to, not because a Gravemind has assessed the situation and directed it, but because that is what biological systems that have been optimized for persistence do when persistence is the only option available to them. The breach on Installation 04, the moment at which the dormant flood specimens held on that ring made contact with the biological material that ended their dormancy, was not a sophisticated escape. It was the collision of the flood's patient biological persistence with the circumstances that 100,000 years of containment and 2 concurrent military presences on a previously sealed installation had produced, a set of conditions for which the installation's containment protocols, designed for a sealed ring with no external visitors, were not fully adequate. The monitors on Installation 04 had been maintaining their installation against the degradation of 100,000 years, with the thoroughness that Forerunner design allowed. The installation had remained sealed. The containment had held. And then the installation was no longer sealed, and the containment had a set of new circumstances to contend with that the monitor, the construct known as 343 Guilty Spark, assessed and managed with the resources and protocols available to it, which were resources and protocols designed for a sealed ring, and were not designed for a ring with 2 military forces operating within it, one of which was willing to open anything that might contain something useful. The flood, upon contact with viable hosts, did not pause. It did not assess. It did not decide. The dormant biology woke into the condition it had always been one viable host away from waking into, and what followed was not a sophisticated outbreak at its earliest stages, but a feral, uncoordinated expression of the flood's fundamental biology. Infection forms seeking hosts, combat forms rising, the exponential mathematics of the multiplication beginning again with the same remorseless simplicity they had always possessed. There was no Gravemind in the early stages of the Installation 04 outbreak. There was not even a proto-Gravemind. There was the flood at its most basic, the biological drive in its most minimal intelligent expression, the infection forms and the combat forms doing what they do without any higher coordination, without any strategic direction, without anything above the most fundamental level of the organism's programming governing their behavior. This is what the flood looks like before it has enough. It looks exactly like what it appeared to be to every civilization that encountered it and mistook its early stages for its full extent, a dangerous biological catastrophe, severe and frightening and lethal, but containable, manageable, something that intelligence and strategy and force could address. This impression does not survive contact with sufficient biomass. As the Installation 04 outbreak developed, as the infection forms found hosts and the combat forms generated more combat forms and the carrier forms distributed infection forms through the installation's corridors and sealed spaces, the biomass accumulated. The process that always happens, given enough hosts and enough time, began to happen. The accumulation of consumed nervous systems reaching the preliminary threshold at which the flood's collective cognitive processes begin to express themselves. A localized node of partial intelligence forming within the growing biomass, beginning to coordinate the local outbreak with a sophistication that the purely feral early stage had not possessed. A proto-Gravemind, a concentration of consumed biological material, beginning to direct the outbreak in ways that reflected the absorbed intelligence of the consumed, including the intelligence of one Captain Jacob Keyes, a naval commander whose absorbed knowledge of UNSCAR military protocols, installation layouts, and strategic doctrine became immediately available to the local node and was immediately applied to the outbreak's development in ways that made the already dangerous situation significantly more dangerous. This is the Installation 04 breach, rendered as a biological illustration, not a war story, not an account of what the Unsea and the Covenant did in response, but a demonstration of what the Flood always does when it finds viable hosts after a period of dormancy. It wakes, it spreads, it accumulates. And as it accumulates, it develops. From the feral biological drive of the earliest stage, through the partial collective intelligence of the proto-Gravemind, toward the full emergence of the Gravemind, that the next stage of the outbreak will produce when sufficient biomass has been consumed. The Flood does not remember the 100,000 years of dormancy. It does not assess the current era and determine what has changed since it was last active. It simply resumes, from the point at which it paused, with the same biology and the same capability and the same patient drive, and the galaxy it resumes into is a galaxy that has had 100,000 years to forget what the Flood is. The modern galaxy, the galaxy of the Covenant and humanity, and the other civilizations that developed in the silence of the interregnum, is no more prepared for the Flood than any civilization that came before it. Less prepared, in certain respects, because the civilizations that came before it had the Forerunners' comprehensive documentation of the Flood available to them, and the modern civilizations have only fragments of that documentation, filtered through institutions and translations and interpretive frameworks that have stripped much of the original precision from what the Forerunners learned. The Covenant's theology incorporated the Forerunner legacy into a religious framework that preserved some of its practical content: the prohibition against activation of the rings, the prohibition against interference with the installation systems, while losing the biological and strategic specificity that made the Forerunner documentation useful. Humanity, which had encountered the Flood before in the era of ancient human civilization, and which had contributed, unknowingly and catastrophically, to the Flood's presence in the modern era through the Feru vector, carried no institutional memory of that encounter. The modern galaxy faced the Flood with the resources available to civilizations that had developed in the assumption that the galaxy's deepest biological threats were historical, with the resources, in other words, of civilizations that did not believe they were in danger. The permanent existential question that the Flood poses is not whether it can be defeated. The evidence on this point is clear enough, and the answer is not encouraging. It is whether it can be contained indefinitely, which is a different question, and one that the Monitor's experience suggests has a different and slightly less discouraging answer. Yes, containment is possible, but containment requires the kind of sustained, comprehensive, attentive maintenance that only the Monitors have demonstrated the capacity to provide across the timescales involved. And the Monitors can fail, and when they fail, the Flood wakes. And when the Flood wakes in a galaxy of unprepared civilizations, the result is Installation 04. Can the Flood be permanently destroyed? The question surfaces with regularity in every civilization that encounters it and survives long enough to ask it, and the answer that the evidence supports is the same regardless of which civilization is asking or when. No, not while any specimen survives. The Flood's dormancy biology is robust against every sterilization method that has been applied to it outside of conditions that destroy the physical substrate entirely. that reduce the material containing the dormant specimens to a state from which biological activity cannot resume. The dormant spores on the installations are, individually, destroyable, comprehensively, across every installation and every location in the galaxy where dormant flood material might exist, material that could have drifted from ancient outbreak sites, material preserved in locations the monitors do not know about, material that the flood's own patient biological persistence has moved into crevices and gaps that the monitor's surveillance systems have not yet found. No, the comprehensive destruction of every surviving specimen is an outcome that cannot be verified and therefore cannot be reliably achieved. The flood persists, the containment holds, or it fails, and when it fails, the flood resumes, and the galaxy finds itself once again facing the thing that the Halo array was built to address, and that the array has never been able to permanently resolve. The flood sleeps in the dark of the installations. The monitors watch, and the watching will have to continue for as long as the galaxy contains anything that the flood could use to become, once more, fully itself. Which is to say, the watching will have to continue for as long as the galaxy contains anything that the flood would consider worth waking for. That is, as things currently stand, everything. Everything in the galaxy that thinks, that breathes, that carries within its nervous system the specific signature of sentient biological activity, everything that has a mind, in other words, and a history, and a sense of itself, is, from the flood's perspective, material. Waiting material, presently unavailable, guarded by monitors and the threat of the array and the institutional memory of what the array costs to use, but material nonetheless. The flood does not distinguish between the galaxy's civilizations on the basis of their complexity or their sophistication or their philosophical development or their aesthetic achievements or their histories of kindness or cruelty or ambition or wisdom. It distinguishes between biomass above the threshold and biomass below it, between hosts and non-hosts, between what it can use and what it cannot. Everything above the threshold is equally material. Everything above the threshold is equally, patiently, waited for. The flood does not experience the waiting as waiting. The waiting is simply the current condition of things, and when the condition changes, when the monitor fails, when the installation is breached, when the dormant spore finds its way to a viable host through one of the paths that biological persistence and geological time will eventually open, the condition will change, and the flood will be what it has always been. Doing what it has always done, with the same biology and the same capability and the same patient drive that it brought to the first outbreak and to every outbreak since. The modern galaxy exists in the pause. It builds and fights and discovers and loves and destroys within the pause, within the silence that the array created and the monitors maintain. And the pause is real, is genuine, is not a prelude that makes what comes after inevitable, is a condition that can, in principle, be sustained indefinitely if the maintenance holds and the containment remains effective and the civilizations of the current era take seriously the nature of what they are sharing the galaxy with. But it is a pause, not an end, and the flood, in its patient biological stillness in the dark of the installations, is under no illusion about the difference. The galaxy the flood woke into on Installation 04 was not the galaxy it had last consumed. 100,000 years is, by any measure that a civilization uses to understand itself, an enormous span of time, long enough for species to evolve, for continents to shift, for stars to move measurably in relation to each other, for the accumulated weight of a civilization's history to become so dense and so layered that the civilization itself loses the thread of its own beginnings. The galaxy that existed before the array fired was a galaxy the flood had known, in the comprehensive way that the Gravemind's absorbed knowledge constitutes knowing. Every species it had consumed, every civilization it had taken, every strategic disposition and military capability and cultural vulnerability that had ever entered the Flood's collective had been part of the galaxy the Flood remembered. The galaxy it woke into on Installation 04 was different. New species had developed in the silence of the interregnum. New civilizations had built themselves from the reseeded populations the librarian had preserved. New technologies had been developed, new political structures, new military capabilities, new patterns of belief and organization and conflict that the Flood had never encountered, and that its collective knowledge, comprehensive as it was, had no specific preparation for. The Flood assessed this with the same biological efficiency it brings to every new environment. The assessment was not conducted by a Gravemind. There was no Gravemind in the early stages of the Installation 04 outbreak. No collective intelligence sophisticated enough to perform strategic assessment in the full sense. The assessment was biological. The infection forms found hosts, discovered that the hosts were viable, that the transformation cascade worked on the new biology with the same effectiveness it had always displayed across the full range of the Flood's host history, that the musculature and skeletal structure and nervous system architecture of both the human and Covenant species provided raw material for combat forms that the Flood's biology could work with efficiently and thoroughly. Human and Covenant bodies are different from each other in ways that produce different combat form variants, different in their specific physical dimensions, in the details of the transformation, in the particular capabilities the resulting forms possess. They are the same in the ways that matter to the Flood. Both have nervous systems complex enough to serve as hosts. Both provide biomass sufficient to sustain the transformation. Both carry within their neural architecture the absorbed intelligence that the growing collective requires. The Flood did not distinguish between the UNSCO and the Covenant as opponents. It did not register the conflict between them as anything other than an environmental condition, a feature of the current situation that could be exploited once sufficient intelligence had been absorbed to make exploitation possible. In the feral early stage of the Installation 04 outbreak, the Flood's behavior toward both human and Covenant forces was identical. Infection forms seeking hosts, combat forms rising from the transformed dead of both sides, the exponential mathematics of the multiplication operating without preference or discrimination across the full available biomass of both military presences on the ring. The Flood did not care which side a soldier had fought for. It cared that the soldier had a nervous system and muscles and bones and the specific biological architecture that the Flood's infection mechanisms were built to seize and repurpose. Everything else about the soldier, their rank, their history, their allegiances, their beliefs, everything that had constituted them as a person within the civilization they had served, was material that the growing collective would retain and absorb, adding to the archive of knowledge that the proto-Gravemind was beginning to assemble from the consumed minds of both forces simultaneously. The proto-Gravemind that formed on Installation 04 was a localized node, a concentration of consumed biomass and absorbed intelligence that had crossed the preliminary threshold and begun to coordinate the local outbreak with the partial collective intelligence that the intermediate stage provides. Its formation reflected the material available to it, the absorbed minds of human and Covenant soldiers, and researchers and personnel of various specializations, including the naval commander, whose consumed knowledge immediately expanded the node's understanding of the Unski's tactical situation on the ring. This was not a sophisticated collective intelligence. It was not yet capable of the comprehensive strategic reasoning, the long-term planning, the manipulation of multiple actors across a complex environment that the full Gravemind achieves. It was a developing intelligence, still assembling its cognitive architecture from the absorbed material, still in the early stages of the integration process that eventually produces Gravemind-level cognition. A beginning, a local expression of what the Flood becomes when it has enough, operating at the scale that the Installation 04 outbreak had reached before the ring's systems provided an interruption that the early-stage collective could not prevent. The interruption was not the end of the flood's modern expression. It was the punctuation between the first sentence and the second, the pause between the feral early outbreak and the fully realized, speaking, strategically sophisticated Gravemind that the modern era would eventually face. That Gravemind did not form on Installation 04, it formed on Installation 05. Delta Halo, the ring designated Installation 05 in the Forerunner cataloging system, had not been the site of an acute outbreak in the way that Installation 04 had been. Its flood specimens had not been triggered by the sudden introduction of a large viable host population into proximity with dormant containment canisters. They had been subject to something slower and in many respects more dangerous, a containment failure that had developed across centuries, a gradual breach that the installation's systems had been managing inadequately for longer than any of the civilizations currently existing in the galaxy had been spacefaring. The flood specimens on Delta Halo had been developing, slowly, in the patient biological way that the flood develops in conditions where hosts are available in limited quantity, not in the explosive multiplication of a full outbreak, but in the steady, persistent growth that the flood's biology sustains at the minimum expression, for long enough that by the time the modern era brought visitors to the ring, what was present on Delta Halo was not the early-stage feral outbreak that had characterized Installation 04. What was present on Delta Halo was a flood that had already crossed the threshold. The Gravemind that the modern era encountered on Installation 05 was not newly formed. It had been forming, accumulating, developing its collective intelligence from the consumed minds available to it within the containment failure's slow progression, for a period that gave it a depth and a coherence that the proto-Gravemind of Installation 04 had not had time to develop. It was ancient, in the specific sense that the flood's accumulated intelligence is ancient, not old in the way that a person is old, not carrying within it the marks of time passing in the way that biological aging produces them, but possessed of a depth of integrated cognitive architecture that reflected the length of its development and the quantity of minds it had absorbed across that development. It was fully itself, not the feral early stage, not the partial intelligence of the intermediate form, but the comprehensive, patient, strategically capable, many-voiced collective that the flood produces at its full expression, the thing that speaks in verse, that knows languages dead for 100,000 years, that possesses the absorbed knowledge of everyone it has ever consumed, and applies that knowledge with the deliberateness and the cunning of something that has had time to learn how to use what it contains. The Gravemind of Installation 05 understood the modern era with the comprehensiveness that the Gravemind always understands whatever situation it finds itself operating within. It had absorbed, through the slow development of its outbreak across the containment failure, sufficient modern-era material, biological, technological, cultural, to construct a working model of the galaxy's current civilizational landscape with the same thoroughness that its predecessor Graveminds had constructed working models of the Forerunner civilization, the pre-Forerunner civilizations, the ancient human civilization, and its political structures, and its military capabilities, and its particular cultural vulnerabilities. The Covenant's theology was legible to it. The Unsky's command structure was legible to it. The conflict between the two, the Covenant's internal political crisis, the theological dispute that had fractured its military and political coherence at exactly the moment when the Flood's modern expression was making it most necessary for the Covenant to present a unified defensive front, was legible to it, and was assessed with the same strategic intelligence that had exploited the specific vulnerabilities of every civilization the Flood had ever consumed as an opportunity. The Gravemind did not help either side in the conflict between the Unsko and the Covenant because it had any interest in the outcome of that conflict. It intervened strategically, providing temporary assistance to the forces that were currently least positioned to prevent the Delta Halo ring from firing, because a fired ring would deprive the Flood of the food supply it was actively developing, and the Flood's relationship to the Halo array is precisely and consistently one of opposition. The array is the denial of what the Flood needs, and the Flood opposes its activation with every strategic resource available to it, including temporary alliances with the organisms it intends to consume once the immediate threat of the array's activation has been resolved. The manipulation was deliberate. The assistance was genuine, in the tactical sense that what the Gravemind did actually helped those it assisted, in the specific engagement, in the specific moment. It was also completely instrumental, a tool used for a purpose, to be discarded at the earliest moment that the purpose was served, and discarding it became the more efficient option. The purpose served, the alliance discarded, the ring's activation prevented by the combined effect of the Gravemind's manipulation and the specific interventions of the individuals it had used as instruments. The Flood turned its attention to what it had always been building toward in the modern era, the consolidation and expansion of its biomass into a form and at a scale that would allow its modern outbreak to develop beyond the containment of a single ring. High Charity provided this. The Covenant's holy city, the great drifting metropolitan structure that served as the capital and the cultural and religious center of an interstellar empire of hundreds of worlds and dozens of species, was, from the Flood's perspective, the largest single concentration of viable biomass available in the immediate operational environment. Tens of millions of inhabitants, Covenant of every caste and rank and specialization, populations that had lived their entire lives within the city's vast internal spaces, populations that carried within their nervous systems the accumulated knowledge and experience of a civilization that had existed for thousands of years and that the Flood had not yet comprehensively consumed. The city was also, from a tactical standpoint, an extraordinarily valuable asset beyond the biomass it contained, a self-contained environment with functional life support and propulsion and navigation systems, a mobile platform capable of slip-space travel, a structure whose conversion from Covenant Holy City to Flood Hive would produce not just a massive addition to the Flood's biomass, but a mobile biological fortress capable of delivering an outbreak to any location in the galaxy that a slip-space drive could reach. The Flood took High Charity with the efficiency that sufficient biomass and Gravemind-level direction always produces. The city's defenses were formidable by any standard that the modern era could measure. They were not formidable by the standard of a Flood outbreak, operating under the direction of an intelligence that had absorbed the military and engineering knowledge of every Covenant strategic and technical specialist whose mind had entered the collective. An intelligence that knew the city's defensive systems in the same detail that the engineers who designed them had known. That knew the command protocols and override sequences that the city's military leadership had known. That knew the specific tactical dispositions that the Covenant's defense planning had established, and could therefore identify and exploit the specific gaps that those dispositions left. The city's population, however numerous, however armed, however motivated by the theological horror of what they were facing, the desecration of their most sacred place by the organism their religion had always treated as the ultimate heresy, did not have what they needed to stop what the Flood brought against them. High Charity fell. Not in the way that cities fall to military conquest, not with the progressive loss of territory, the negotiated surrender, the preservation of infrastructure and population that military victory sometimes allows. It fell the way that everything falls to the Flood, completely, entirely, without remainder. The city's tens of millions became biomass. The city's systems became Flood systems. The vast internal spaces that had housed the center of Covenant civilization for millennia became Flood biomass. The same wet, organic, living conversion that the flood performs on every installation it fully occupies, the architecture of an alien civilization, replaced by the biological architecture of the organism that had consumed it. The Covenant aesthetic of clean geometric lines and plasma-lit spaces, buried under layers of flood tissue that breathed and pulsed with the metabolic activity of something using the city's physical structure as the scaffold for a biological construction that referenced nothing Covenant and nothing human and nothing from any civilization currently existing in the galaxy. The Gravemind directed this conversion from within, coordinating the Outbreak's development across the city's vast internal volume with the comprehensive strategic intelligence that Installation 05 had allowed it to fully develop, allocating hosts to forms, managing the conversion of the city's systems from Covenant function to flood function, maintaining the life support and propulsion systems that made High Charity valuable as a mobile platform rather than simply as a source of additional biomass. The city that had been the seat of a religion, the home of a civilization's highest culture and its deepest beliefs, became a hive, a living flood environment on a scale that no previous outbreak in the modern era had approached, a mobile biological fortress capable of carrying the flood across interstellar distances and delivering it to populations that had not yet had any direct encounter with what they were about to face. The flood's assessment of the modern era, complete after the consumption of High Charity, was not encouraging for any civilization currently existing in the galaxy. The Covenant species were viable hosts, all of them, across the full range of biological diversity that an empire of dozens of species represented. Human biology was viable. The technology of both civilizations could be operated by the flood through the absorbed knowledge of consumed specialists. The Halo Array remained the primary strategic threat, the one intervention that could deprive the flood of what it needed to sustain its development. And the flood's opposition to its activation remained what it had always been: comprehensive, strategic, and willing to use whatever means were available, including the manipulation of the civilizations it was consuming, to prevent the outcome that would interrupt its resumption. The Gravemind spoke to both sides. It spoke to the individuals it had identified through the absorbed knowledge of the people who had known them as the most strategically significant actors in the current situation, the ones whose actions had the greatest potential to either enable or prevent the outcomes the flood was working toward. It addressed them with the full cognitive resources of the collective, with the absorbed knowledge of their own cultures and their own psychological profiles and their own specific fears and values, and the particular kinds of arguments that were most likely to produce the responses the Gravemind required. It was not always honest, it was always purposeful, and the purpose was always the same, as it has always been the same, as it was when the first Gravemind addressed the first civilization sophisticated enough to have someone worth addressing: the continuation of the flood, the expansion of the outbreak, the addition of more minds to the collective that grows with every world it takes, and that will not stop growing until there is nothing left to add. This is the flood in the modern era, rendered not as a history of what was done to stop it, but as a demonstration of what it is and how it operates when given the opportunity to be fully itself after 100,000 years of dormancy. The same organism, the same biology, the same patient and comprehensive drive, operating now in a galaxy it had never consumed, against civilizations it had never encountered, with the same capability and the same thoroughness that it has always brought to the consumption of every civilization that has ever been available to it. The species change, the technology changes, the specific vulnerabilities that the Gravemind identifies and exploits change with the specific civilizations it encounters. The flood does not change. The mathematics do not change. The outcome, in the absence of some intervention sufficient to interrupt the multiplication, does not change. In every era, the flood has touched the same pattern. The spore finds a host. The host becomes a combat form. The combat form finds more hosts. The biomass accumulates. The collective intelligence wakes. The Gravemind coordinates. The outbreak grows. The food runs out, or the array fires, or something intervenes. The flood retreats into dormancy. And in the silence of the dormancy, something new grows in the galaxy. Something that does not know what it is sharing the galaxy with. Something that will eventually discover what it is sharing the galaxy with. And by the time it discovers this, the discovery will have become the outbreak. And the pattern will be repeating again, as it has repeated before, as it will repeat again. What this pattern means, what the flood's enduring presence in the galaxy's history says about the galaxy, about the civilizations that develop and fall within it, about the nature of the thing they are all, always, sharing their existence with, is the question that the next part of this story turns toward. The flood does not mean anything by what it does. This is the first and most important thing to establish before attempting to understand what the flood reveals, because the temptation, when faced with an organism of this comprehensiveness and this duration, is to assign it meaning in the way that civilizations assign meaning to the forces that threaten them. To make it a symbol, a judgment, a reflection of something specific about the civilizations it has consumed, a consequence proportionate to some particular failure or some particular excess. The temptation is to find in the flood's existence a lesson directed at the species it destroys, a message written into the biology of the galaxy's most destructive force, available to be read by anyone who encounters it and survives long enough to read. The flood does not mean anything by what it does. It is a biological drive expressed through the most sophisticated organism the galaxy has ever produced, and it consumes what it consumes with the same comprehensive thoroughness, regardless of what kind of civilization it encounters, regardless of what that civilization had built, or believed, or valued, or achieved, regardless of whether the civilization was wise, or foolish, or cruel, or compassionate, or young, or ancient, or simple, or magnificently complex. The flood does not evaluate its hosts. It does not discriminate between civilizations that deserve to be consumed and civilizations that do not. It consumes everything that falls within its reach, and it grows stronger with everything it takes, and it does not mean anything by any of it. And yet, what the flood reveals, despite meaning nothing by it, is one of the most significant bodies of information the galaxy's history contains. Not because the flood intends to reveal it, not because there is a lesson the flood is trying to teach, a message it is trying to communicate through the pattern of its consumption, but because the pattern itself, read carefully and honestly, and without the distortions that civilizations naturally apply to information that threatens their understanding of their own position in the galaxy, contains something that is very much worth knowing. The flood is the galaxy's oldest consistent fact. It has been present, in dormancy or in outbreak, for longer than any other continuous phenomenon in the current era's recorded history. It has encountered more civilizations than any other entity in the galaxy has encountered. It has consumed them, which is a terrible thing, but it has also, in consuming them, preserved a record of them, absorbed their knowledge and their history and their cognitive architecture into the growing collective that the Gravemind carries forward, making the flood the single most comprehensive archive of the galaxy's civilizational history that exists, more comprehensive than any library any civilization has ever built, more comprehensive than the Forerunner records that represent the most extensive deliberate documentation effort in the current era's history. The flood is an archive that was never intended to be an archive, that did not choose to become an archive, that became one as an incidental consequence of the biological process that made it the most destructive force in the galaxy's history. What is in that archive, what the flood carries within it, in the absorbed cognitive architecture of every civilization it has ever consumed, reveals something that no individual civilization, studying only its own history, could easily arrive at. The pattern of civilizations in aggregate, the common shape that civilizations take when they encounter the flood and face the question of what they are willing to do and what they are capable of doing, and what, ultimately, their accumulated capability and wisdom and strategic sophistication is able to provide as a response to something that does not respond to capability and wisdom and strategic sophistication in the ways that threats from other civilizations do. The pattern is consistent. It is consistent across species and across biological substrates and across cultural frameworks, so different from each other that the differences might seem to make comparison impossible. The civilizations that the flood has consumed were not all the same. They were, in many respects, extraordinarily different. Different in their biology, their social organization, their relationship to technology, their philosophical frameworks, their particular kinds of achievement, and their particular kinds of failure. And the pattern of what happened to them when they encountered the flood is the same. They believed they were sufficient. Every civilization that the flood has encountered, every civilization that left any trace in the archaeological record or in the absorbed memory of the Gravemind's collective, believed, at the moment of its encounter with the flood, that it possessed what was needed to address what it was facing. Not naively, not without taking the threat seriously. The civilizations that the flood consumed were not civilizations that underestimated the flood because they were foolish or complacent or insufficiently attentive. They were civilizations that had survived everything else they had encountered, that had developed the capabilities that survival required, that had every reason to believe that the capabilities developed to survive everything else would be sufficient to survive this. They were wrong. Not because they were insufficient as civilizations, not because they had failed to develop adequately, not because some specific choice they had made, or some specific virtue they had lacked, had made them uniquely vulnerable. They were wrong because the flood's mathematics do not have an exception for sufficiency. The multiplication operates regardless of the sophistication of the civilization it is operating against. Every soldier lost is a new flood soldier. Every researcher consumed is a new contribution to the collective's knowledge of how to counter the resistance. Every capability the defending civilization possesses becomes, through the absorption of the minds that understand and operate that capability, a capability available to the flood. The flood does not lose anything it takes. The defending civilization loses everything it loses. The asymmetry is not one that sufficiency resolves. It is one that sufficiency runs directly into, and that sufficiency cannot change because the asymmetry is not a product of relative capability. It is a product of the flood's fundamental biological architecture, which was built, whether by intention or by the corruption of something that was intended differently, to ensure that every engagement works in the flood's favor. The Forerunners understood this. Not immediately. The Forerunners went through the same arc that every civilization goes through, the same belief in their own sufficiency, the same progressive, costly, devastating revision of that belief, as the evidence accumulated that the revision was necessary. But they understood it eventually, with a clarity and a completeness that reflected both their capability and the enormous cost at which the understanding was purchased. And the understanding they arrived at, documented in the records they left for the civilizations that would develop after the array's firing, was not a military conclusion or a strategic one. It was a philosophical one. The flood, the Forerunners concluded, is the proof that no civilization, however powerful, is beyond the reach of the thing that ends civilizations. It is the galaxy's memento mori, the reminder, written in the biology of an organism that has outlasted every civilization that has ever encountered it, that the galaxy contains a force against which sufficiency is not a defense, against which the only effective responses are, first, to not be where the flood is, and second, to eliminate what the flood needs to sustain itself, and that the second of these options costs everything. The Forerunners fell because they forgot, or chose to forget, the implications of their own encounter with the flood. Not the specific military and strategic implications, those they remembered, those they had encoded into the design of the array and the placement of the monitors and the careful architecture of the containment systems. They forgot the philosophical implication that the mantle of responsibility, the framework that they had inherited from the Precursors and made the organizing principle of their civilization, was not a guarantee of protection from the consequences of the mantle's corruption. The flood is what the mantle looks like when the civilization built to carry it betrays the civilization it was supposed to protect. The Forerunners created the conditions for the flood by destroying the Precursors. The flood returned the favor. The circularity is not justice. The flood does not administer justice, does not know what justice is, does not make any distinction between the civilization that created the conditions for its existence and any other civilization within its reach. But the circularity is present in the history, and the presence of it says something about the relationship between the choices civilizations make and the consequences those choices produce across timescales that individual civilizations do not live long enough to observe. The Gravemind, in its communications with the modern era's civilizations, has articulated something in the vicinity of this understanding. Its claim that it preserves what it consumes, that the unity of the collective is a form of life rather than the end of it, that the consumed are not gone, but gathered, is, as established, both a strategic framing and, possibly, something that reflects an authentic orientation within the vast assembled collective. But there is a third reading of the Gravemind's claim that is worth holding alongside the other two, that the claim is the corrupted precursor philosophy, still present in the flood's deepest cognitive architecture, still articulating the mantle's original impulse, the impulse to preserve life, to carry it forward, to ensure that nothing that exists is simply lost, in the only form that the degradation of the precursor blueprint has left available to it. The mantle, fully expressed by a civilization with the wisdom and the restraint to carry it, looks like the librarian cataloging and preserving every species in the galaxy, looks like the Forerunners accepting the burden of stewardship for the full diversity of life they have been given responsibility for. The mantle, expressed by the flood, looks like the Gravemind consuming every mind it can reach and carrying those minds forward in the collective, preserving them in the only form left available to the corrupted impulse, not as living things, not as continuing selves, but as material within a vast and undying archive that grows with everything it takes and loses nothing it has ever absorbed. The flood is, in this reading, the mantle without wisdom, the impulse to preserve without the judgment to understand what preservation means and what it costs and what it is worth. It is the shepherd who has forgotten the difference between tending the flock and consuming it, who has retained the conviction that the flock must be kept, but has lost the understanding that keeping requires leaving the flock intact. It is the precursor's best impulse, emptied of everything that made it good, and filled instead with the bare biological drive to persist, executing a grotesque parody of the mantle's original intention, with perfect biological efficiency and zero moral comprehension. This is what the flood is, in its deepest nature. Not evil, because evil requires intention, and the flood's drive is beneath intention. Not malicious, because malice requires a target, and the flood does not choose its targets. It takes what is within reach. It is the galaxy's oldest consequence, the shape that the galaxy's deepest act of betrayal took across hundreds of millions of years, still carrying within it the ghost of what it was before the degradation, still executing a corrupted version of the precursor's highest impulse, with all the biological efficiency of an organism that was, in another form and another time, the greatest thing the galaxy had ever produced. Consider where this descent began. A single infection form, small, pale, many-legged, scuttling across the floor of some silent and abandoned place. Something that can be crushed underfoot. Something that looks like almost nothing. The descent has carried the story from that small thing to the Gravemind's vast and patient intelligence, from the infection form's deceptive fragility to the Precursor civilization's tragic ending, from the first burrowing penetration of a nervous system to the firing of a weapon that killed every thinking being in the galaxy, from the wet organic sounds of a single transformation to the silence of 100,000 years of dormancy, from the spore to the God mind and back to the spore again, which contains the God mind within it, which carries the precursor science in its deepest structures, which is what gods become when the blueprint for resurrection fails, and what remains is only the most fundamental layer of what they were. The combat forms that rose in Section 2 were people. The Gravemind that woke on Installation 05 was assembled from minds that had histories and names and loves and fears and achievements and failures, and all of those histories and names and loves are present somewhere in the collective, preserved in the only form the Flood's biology makes available for preservation, as cognitive material, as absorbed architecture, as the many-voiced substance of the Gravemind's enormous and patient intelligence. The carrier forms that ruptured in the corridors of 100 different installations were built from beings who had no framework for understanding what was being made of them. The pure forms that moved through the converted environments of fully established infection sites were built from the biological mass of civilizations that had believed, until the moment they encountered the Flood, that they were sufficient. They were not sufficient. The Forerunners were not sufficient. The civilizations that preceded the Forerunners were not sufficient. The Covenant, in all its military and religious and technological complexity, was not sufficient. Humanity, which has encountered the Flood twice now across two different eras of its existence, once in the ancient past, when the Feru sickened and the corruption spread through the most domestic aspects of a young civilization, and once in the modern era, when the ring opened and the dormant spores found what they had been waiting for, has not been sufficient. Sufficiency is not the frame the Flood requires, because the Flood does not engage with sufficiency. It engages with what is available, and what has always been available in the galaxy as it has existed across geological time is civilization after civilization after civilization, each one building its history in the pause between one Flood expression and the next, each one arriving at the moment of encounter with the full weight of everything it has built, and each one discovering that everything it has built is, from the Flood's perspective, simply more material. The Flood is the galaxy's oldest mirror, not because it reflects civilizations back to themselves in any interpretive way, not because it shows them what they are, because it does not see them as anything other than biomass, but because what happens to civilizations that encounter the Flood, the pattern of the encounter, the shape of the response, the specific ways in which the things civilizations most value and most rely upon prove insufficient against the thing that is not impressed by value and is not deflected by reliance, reveals something about the nature of civilization that civilizations cannot see in themselves when they are only looking at each other. It reveals the common shape of the thing they all are, beneath the differences, biological systems with drives and capabilities and histories, and always a threshold beyond which their drives and capabilities and histories are not enough. The Flood is where that threshold lives, and it has been there longer than any of the civilizations it has shown the threshold to have existed, and it will be there, in dormancy or in outbreak, when the civilizations of the current era have become whatever comes next. The memento mori of the galaxy is not a skull or a prayer or a philosophical tradition. It is a small, pale, many-legged thing, scuttling across the floor of an abandoned place, carrying within its deepest biology the remnant of what gods became when they were betrayed, moving with the patient, unhurried efficiency of something that does not need to hurry because it has all the time that exists and will always find, eventually, what it is looking for. Remember that you will end. Every civilization that has ever built anything has ended, and the Flood was there for many of those endings, and the flood carries those endings within it still, in the absorbed memory of everything those civilizations ever were. And the galaxy continues, and the monitors watch, and the array waits, and in the dark of the installations, something patient breathes, very slowly, at the minimum metabolic cost available, and does not experience the wait as waiting, because the wait has never been long enough to matter. This is what the flood is. The descent is complete. The containment holds. This is the statement that the current era's relationship with the flood rests upon. The statement that underlies every other statement about the flood's present status and the galaxy's present safety. The foundation on which every civilization that has developed in the silence of the interregnum has built everything it has built. The containment holds, the monitors watch, the array waits. The dormant spores in the installation specimens breathe their minimal metabolic breath in the dark, and the life support systems that keep them alive and the containment systems that keep them isolated continue to function, and the galaxy continues to exist in the pause that the array's firing purchased, and the civilizations that developed in that pause continue to build their histories in the assumption that the pause is the condition of things, rather than an interruption in a longer pattern. This is not an unreasonable assumption. The pause is real. The containment is real. The monitor's capability is real, and the Forerunner design that produced both the monitors and the containment systems was the most sophisticated engineering the galaxy has ever seen applied to a single problem. And the problem was the flood, and the Forerunners understood the flood better than any civilization since has managed to understand it. The systems they built work. They have worked for 100,000 years, across spans of time that would see the complete rise and fall of most civilizations, maintaining the containment with the consistent thoroughness of entities that do not tire and do not lose focus, and do not develop the kind of institutional drift that degrades maintenance programs over time in organizations staffed by beings with finite attention spans and finite lifespans. The monitors are very good at what they do. The containment holds, and the Installation 04 breach happened. This is the statement that must sit beside the first one, the statement that the current era cannot afford to file in the category of exceptional circumstances and move past, as if the lesson of the Installation 04 breach is simply that sealing an ancient installation against external visitors is important, and that once this lesson has been incorporated into standard protocol, the risk has been adequately addressed. The Installation 04 breach happened because a 100,000-year-old installation encountered circumstances that its containment protocols had not been designed for. A 100,000-year-old installation in the current era is not an exceptional circumstance. Every Forerunner installation that exists in the current era is a 100,000-year-old installation. Every Forerunner installation that exists in the current era exists in a galaxy populated by civilizations that are spacefaring and curious and motivated by theological and military imperatives that include, for at least some of those civilizations, the imperative to investigate and interact with Forerunner artifacts rather than to leave them sealed and undisturbed. The circumstances that produced the Installation 04 breach are not exceptional. They are, in the current era, simply the conditions of things. The monitors can fail in ways that do not require the dramatic intervention of external civilizations. The physical substrates that support their cognitive processes are not immune to the degradation that 100,000 years of operation produces in any material system, however carefully maintained. The monitors maintain themselves as well as they maintain the installations. Repair systems attend to the degradation of their physical components. Diagnostic processes identify and address emerging vulnerabilities before those vulnerabilities produce failures. But maintenance is not immunity. The physical processes that produce degradation in material systems operate continuously and cannot be fully arrested by any maintenance program, only slowed, and slowing is not stopping. and across the timescales involved the slowing still accumulates. A monitor that has been operating for 100,000 years is not the same physical system that it was when the Forerunners first activated it. It has been maintained continuously, repaired, components replaced, calibrations corrected. But it has also been operating for 100,000 years, in isolation, without the oversight of the civilization that designed it, making decisions within parameters that were set 100,000 years ago by designers who could not fully anticipate every circumstance that a 100,000-year operating period would produce. The flood in the containment systems has had 100,000 years to work with, not actively, not with the directed intelligence of a Gravemind, not with any strategic awareness of the containment systems it exists within or the monitors that maintain them, but biologically, passively, with the patient persistence that the flood's deepest biology maintains, even in near dormancy, probing the edges of available space, following biological gradients toward more favorable conditions, moving in the directions that movement is possible, with the mindless thoroughness of a drive that does not know it is being contained, but experiences the boundaries of the containment as obstacles around which to find alternative paths. The flood has had 100,000 years to find the things that 100,000 years of biological persistence finds. The microfractures in containment vessel seals that material fatigue produces across that duration. The interfaces between systems that were calibrated to tolerances that thermal cycling has since shifted. The monitoring gaps that the monitor's attention produces when their diagnostic processes are directing resources elsewhere. The flood has not planned its way around these things. It has grown into them, slowly, following the gradient of available space, the way that roots follow the gradient of water, without intention, without awareness, simply following what the biology makes possible. What the Gravemind knows is an inventory that no other entity in the galaxy possesses, and that no other entity in the galaxy could construct. Every civilization the flood has ever consumed has contributed to this inventory. Every language, every technological system, every navigational chart, every political structure, every military doctrine, every cultural framework, every individual's accumulated life experience and professional knowledge and personal history. The Gravemind that exists in the current era, the intelligence that developed over centuries of containment failure on Installation 05, and that consumed high charity, and that spoke to the modern era's most significant actors in the precise tones most likely to produce the responses the flood's purposes required, carries within it the absorbed knowledge of every covenant species, every human being whose mind has entered the flood in the modern era, every forerunner whose mind entered the flood before the array's firing, and the trace of the primordial's ancient precursor consciousness that was present in the Gravemind archetype before any modern minds were absorbed into it. This knowledge is not static. It does not degrade or become less accurate over time in the way that organic memory degrades. It is the preserved cognitive architecture of the minds that held it, maintained within the Gravemind's biological structure, with the same fidelity that the flood maintains everything it absorbs, completely, comprehensively, without loss. The Gravemind knows more about the current era's civilizations than those civilizations know about themselves. This is not hyperbole. The depth and breadth of the absorbed knowledge that the Gravemind possesses, drawn from the full population of minds that have entered the flood in the modern era, including the minds of individuals at every level of every civilization's hierarchy, exceeds what any single institution or intelligence service or historical record within those civilizations contains. The Gravemind has absorbed the memories of soldiers who knew tactical dispositions that their commanders did not share with each other. It has absorbed the memories of administrators who knew institutional vulnerabilities that their superiors chose not to document. It has absorbed the memories of engineers who knew the specific failure modes of the systems they designed, the modes that were acknowledged internally and not publicized. the ways in which the technology was less robust than its public specifications claimed. It has absorbed the fears that individuals carried privately, the doubts, the specific personal vulnerabilities that make people susceptible to particular kinds of manipulation, absorbed from individuals who knew themselves better than any external observer could have known them. The Gravemind has all of this. It has it comprehensively, accurately, and permanently, and it applies it with the strategic sophistication of a collective intelligence that has been applying absorbed knowledge for longer than the current era's civilizations have existed. The question this poses to every civilization that becomes aware of it, every civilization sophisticated enough to understand what the Flood is and what the Gravemind contains, is one of the most uncomfortable questions that can be posed to a civilization. What would you sacrifice to stop something that cannot be negotiated with, cannot be cured, grows stronger with every life you lose, and knows more about your vulnerabilities than you do yourself? The Forerunners answered this question. They answered it by firing the array. They sacrificed everything, every living mind in the galaxy, every civilization, every individual, every accumulated history, everything that had existed above the threshold in the galaxy at the moment of the firing, to interrupt the Flood's access to its food supply and purchase the pause that the current era has been living within. The sacrifice worked, in the sense that the Flood was interrupted, and the galaxy was reseeded, and the current era exists. It did not work in the sense of being final. The Flood was not destroyed, only interrupted, and the pause will end if the containment fails, and the conditions for resumption present themselves, and the array is not fired again. The array's existence in the current era is not a comfortable fact. It exists. The rings are real, functional, maintained by the monitors, equipped with the indexes that are required to activate them. The firing mechanism is intact. The capability that the Forerunners built into the array to address the worst-case scenario of a Flood outbreak that has progressed beyond the point of containment by other means is a capability that the current era inherits, along with everything else the Forerunners left. It is a last resort of exactly the kind it was when the Forerunners used it, a response that is worse than everything it is preferable to, a response that costs everything in order to prevent a worse everything. The moral weight of the array's existence is not something that the current era has resolved. It is not clear that it can be resolved. The array is the proof, in physical form, that the Flood is the kind of threat that makes the unthinkable thinkable, that reduces the space of available responses, in the worst case, to a choice between two forms of total loss and asks for a decision about which total loss is preferable. The new civilizations that have developed since the array's firing, the civilizations that arose from the reseeded populations that the librarian preserved, that built their histories in the silence of the interregnum, carry the Flood's relevance to their existence in ways they do not always recognize. The Covenant's theology incorporated the Forerunner legacy and the prohibition against ring activation without carrying the biological and strategic understanding of the Flood that made those prohibitions meaningful. Humanity, which encountered the Flood in the modern era and survived that encounter, has incorporated the experience into its institutional memory. But institutional memory, however carefully maintained, is not the same as the deep biological preparation that the Flood's nature requires, and the gap between what humanity's institutional memory contains about the Flood and what the Flood actually is remains significant. Every civilization that exists in the current era is a civilization that developed in the assumption that the galaxy's deepest biological threats are historical, that the great catastrophes belong to a past that has been resolved, that the silence of the current era reflects the permanent state of things rather than a pause in a pattern that has been repeating since before the Forerunners were born. The Flood does not share this assumption. The Flood does not have assumptions. The Flood has biology and patience and the long metabolic stillness of dormancy and the biological persistence that moves toward available space regardless of the containment surrounding it, and the absorbed knowledge of every civilization that has ever encountered it and believed that the galaxy's deepest threats were historical and then discovered otherwise. Every era of new civilization that has developed in the galaxy since the Flood first began consuming civilizations has been, from the Flood's biological perspective, simply the conditions of the current moment. Conditions that will change, as all conditions change, when the circumstances that sustain them shift. The new civilizations are new food, not yet available, presently contained behind monitors and array, and the accumulated institutional memory of the encounter, but new food nonetheless, and the Flood is under no biological pressure to experience this unavailability as permanent. The monitoring continues. The soft sounds of the installation's life support systems, the hum of the containment emitters, the slow cycling of atmospheric processors calibrated to the specific environmental requirements of something that should not be kept alive, but that is kept alive because the alternative is to claim a destruction that cannot be verified. These sounds have been continuous for 100,000 years. And they continue now, in the installations that remain sealed, in the installations that have been resealed after the modern era's encounters with the Flood, in the dark spaces where the monitors still perform the function they were built to perform. Something watches. Something is always watching, in the specific, patient, comprehensive way that a Forerunner intelligence, designed for a single purpose, watches the thing it was designed to watch. The watching does not end when the galaxy turns its attention elsewhere. The watching continues when the civilizations of the current era are building and fighting and discovering and loving and dying in the assumption that the pause is the condition of things. The watching is what makes the pause possible, and the pause is what makes everything else possible, and everything else includes everything that the current era's civilizations are and have ever been and intend to become. The Flood breathes in the dark, very slowly, at the minimum metabolic cost available, patient in the way that only something outside the ordinary experience of time can be patient, not enduring the weight, not suffering it, simply existing within it as within a medium, the way that deep ocean organisms exist within the pressure of deep water, not feeling it as pressure, because pressure is simply the condition of their existence. The Flood does not feel the 100,000 years of dormancy as 100,000 years. The Flood does not feel. It waits, in the sense that water waits in a vessel, not with anticipation, not with awareness, simply with presence, simply with the biological continuity that sustains the dormant spore across whatever duration the current containment produces. And somewhere within the vast and patient biological stillness of the installed specimens, somewhere in the warmth of the contained environment, in the soft hum of the emitters, in the dark that the monitors monitor, with instruments calibrated to the earliest signs of biological activity, the Gravemind archetype persists. Not active, not reasoning, not speaking, not assembling the absorbed knowledge of consumed civilizations into the strategic assessments that the active Gravemind performs with such terrible sophistication, but present. The cognitive structure that the primordial contributed, and that the Flood's biology has always produced when given sufficient biomass, is not absent from the dormant specimens. It is simply not expressed, not activated, not given the biological resources it requires to perform the functions that make it the Gravemind, rather than simply the biological substrate of what the Gravemind would become. It is there, in the way that the potential for fire is in wood before the spark arrives, not active, not warm, not expressing itself, but present in the structure, waiting for the conditions that make expression possible. The conditions are simple. The conditions are always the same. The conditions are what they have always been, a living mind, above the threshold, within reach. The galaxy is full of living minds above the threshold. Every one of them is, from the flood's biological perspective, within reach, presently unavailable, guarded, contained behind the accumulated weight of the Forerunner legacy and the Monitor's attentiveness and the civilization's institutional memory of what happened the last time the containment failed. But within reach in the sense that the universe continues to operate, that circumstances continue to change, that the 100,000-year-old containment systems continue to age, and the monitors continue to operate at the edge of the parameters they were designed within, and the biological persistence of the dormant flood continues to find the gradients it follows, with the patient thoroughness of something that has all of geological time, and is in no hurry about any of it. The question that the flood poses to the current era is not whether the containment will hold. The question is how long the containment will hold, and whether the civilizations of the current era are using the time that the containment provides to develop a more permanent answer than the containment, which is not permanent, can supply. The Forerunners did not find a permanent answer. They found the best interruption available to them, and they paid for it with everything, and they left the monitoring and the containment and the array for whatever came after them, because whatever came after them would eventually need it. What comes after the current era will eventually need it. The question is whether what comes after the current era finds it, or whether what comes after the current era is simply what comes after the flood. The pause continues. The galaxy breathes within it, and in the dark, patient and biological, and older than the current era's oldest memory, the flood waits for the conditions that will allow it to stop waiting. Come back, at the end of all of this, to the spore. It is still there, small, pale, many-legged, soft-bodied, and almost pitiable, scuttling with its patient, unhurried efficiency across the floor of some silent and abandoned place. It has always been there. It was there before the Forerunners mapped the galaxy. It was there before the civilizations that the Forerunners found evidence of, but could not name, had built the things they built, and been consumed, and been added to the archive that the Gravemind carries still. It was there, in whatever form the degraded precursor dust took in the long dark between its creation and its reconstitution, drifting through the spaces between stars, in the canisters of ancient derelict vessels, that no one who found them had a framework for understanding. Patient in the geological way that something patient across millions of years is patient, not enduring, not suffering, simply present in the dark, simply continuing, simply being what it is, while the galaxy around it did everything the galaxy does across millions of years of doing. The spore does not know any of this. The spore does not know anything. The spore is the flood at its most minimal expression, the flood in the form that makes the flood's most fundamental nature most legible, the nature of something that does not need to know, that does not need to plan, or assess, or remember, or anticipate, that needs only to continue and to find, eventually, what it is looking for. The spore continues. The spore finds. Everything else, the combat form and the carrier form and the pure form and the proto-Gravemind and the Gravemind and the consumed civilizations and the absorbed memories of everyone who has ever been taken and the corrupted ghost of the precursor mantle still present in the Gravemind's deepest philosophical orientation and the neural physics science that the Forerunners spent decades partially reconstructing and found. Embedded in the flood's most fundamental biological structures. All of this begins with the spore, and all of it is present in the spore, compressed into its small and fragile body, the way that the full complexity of any living thing is compressed into its simplest expression. There is a quality to this story that has nothing in common with most of the stories civilizations tell about the things that threaten them. The stories civilizations tell about their threats tend to be stories about capability, about the development of the capability to address the threat, about the marshalling of will and intelligence and resources sufficient to overcome it, about the eventual arrival at a resolution in which the threat has been managed and the civilization endures and the capacity for the future has been preserved. These are good stories. They are the stories that civilizations need to sustain themselves across the difficulties their existence produces. The stories that make the difficulties survivable by placing them within a narrative in which survival is the outcome. The Flood does not fit into these stories. It cannot be placed within a narrative in which survival is guaranteed by sufficient capability and sufficient will, because sufficient capability and sufficient will are not what the Flood responds to in the ways those stories require. The Flood responds to food. It responds to biomass above the threshold. It responds to the presence of living minds within reach, and when those conditions are met, it responds to them with a biology that does not care what the civilization providing the conditions believed about its own sufficiency or its own capacity for survival. The stories that can be told about the Flood honestly are stories about the pause, about the space between one expression and the next, about what civilizations build in that space and what they learn in it, and whether what they learn and build changes their relationship to the next expression in any meaningful way. The current era is a pause. Everything in it, every civilization, every history, every achieved thing, and every lost thing, and everything that is still in the process of being determined, is a thing that exists in the pause. This is not a diminishment of it. The pause is real. The things built in the pause are real. The lives lived in the pause are real, and the value of those lives is not reduced by the existence of the thing that waits in the dark of the installations for the conditions that would allow it to be, once more, something other than waiting. The spore in the installation's containment chamber breathes very slowly. The air around it is temperature-controlled, calibrated to the specific environmental parameters that sustain its dormant biology at the minimum metabolic cost, warm enough, chemically appropriate, maintained by systems that have been running for 100,000 years and that continue running now in the quiet of the installation, while the galaxy outside does everything the galaxy does in the pause. The monitor moves through the installation's spaces with the soft sounds that a Forerunner intelligence moving through a Forerunner installation makes. Not loud, not intrusive, simply present, simply performing the function it was built to perform, with the consistent thoroughness of something that has been performing that function for longer than most of the galaxy's current civilizations have existed. The containment holds. The monitor watches. The spore breathes, very slowly, in the dark. Scale is the thing that the mind reaches for when it has followed this story to its end and finds itself trying to hold what it has encountered. The scale runs in two directions simultaneously, and the difficulty of holding it is the difficulty of holding two incompatible magnitudes in a single frame: the smallness of the spore, which is real and specific, and which can be crushed underfoot, which can be burned away in an instant, which appears to be almost nothing, and the vastness of everything the spore contains, and everything it represents, and everything it has been part of, across the span of time that this story has covered. The spore is small, the story is enormous, and the spore contains the story, carries it within its deepest biological structures, in the precursor neural physics encoded into its foundational architecture, in the patient biological drive that is the degraded remnant of a civilization's best impulse, in the potential for everything that the Flood becomes when it has what it needs. The small thing contains the enormous thing. The enormous thing expresses itself through the small thing. This is the Flood's nature, stated in its most compressed form. The most dangerous thing in the galaxy fits in the palm of a hand and can be crushed underfoot, and is, despite this, the most dangerous thing in the galaxy, and the distance between these two facts is the distance this story has traveled. There are worlds, somewhere in the galaxy, that the Flood consumed before the array fired. Worlds where the infection spread, and the combat forms rose, and the biomass accumulated, and the Gravemind developed, and the infection reached the pure form stage, and the world's surface was converted into something that breathed with flood biology, and that has, since the array's firing, been empty. The biomass collapsed. The flood tissue that covered the world's surface over the course of the outbreak has been breaking down across 100,000 years of exposure to the physical processes that break down biological material in the absence of the metabolic activity sustaining it. Weathering, oxidation, the slow work of abiotic chemistry on organic matter, deprived of the energy that kept it organized. These worlds exist as the flood's most visible monuments, places where the largest visible consequence of an outbreak, the conversion of an entire world's surface into living flood tissue, has been unwinding for 100,000 years, leaving behind a geological signature that future civilizations, if they find these worlds and analyze their surface chemistry and their sediment record, will recognize as evidence of something that should not be natural, but that the record shows was once comprehensively present. The Gravemind of those outbreaks is gone. The collective intelligence that coordinated the consumption of those worlds, assembled from the absorbed minds of everyone on those worlds who had a nervous system above the threshold, carrying within it the full cognitive architecture of civilizations that are otherwise entirely lost, diminished as the biological substrate sustaining it lost the metabolic support it required, and diminished, and was still, and was eventually gone in the way that any biological process is eventually gone when the conditions for its continuation are removed. The absorbed minds within those Graveminds are gone with them. This is the one form of loss that the flood produces that is final, not the loss of the body, which the flood repurposes, not the loss of the life, which the flood absorbs into the collective, but the loss of the collective itself, when the collective cannot be sustained. The minds that the flood consumed and carried forward in those long-past outbreaks, preserved in the Gravemind's biological architecture against the duration of the outbreak, were not preserved beyond the Gravemind's own end. They went with it, into the stillness that follows the loss of the metabolic support for consciousness. This is the answer to the question that this story opened and carried and refused to resolve cleanly. The question of what it means to be absorbed rather than erased. The question of whether the consumed persist within the whole in any meaningful sense. They persist for as long as the whole persists. When the whole ends, they end with it. The flood does not preserve forever. It preserves for as long as the flood itself endures, and the flood, in specific local expressions, can end. But the flood, as an organism, does not end. The dormant spores in the installation specimens are the continuation of the same organism that produced those long-past outbreaks, and those long-past Graveminds, and those long-past absorptions of civilizations that have no names in any surviving record. The same biology, the same drive, the same deepest structures, carrying the same precursor neural physics, animated by the same corrupted remnant of the same ancient impulse. The flood that exists in the installation's containment chamber tonight, in the warmth of the temperature-controlled environment, in the soft hum of the containment emitters, in the slow metabolic breath of the dormant spore, is continuous with the flood that converted those ancient worlds and assembled those ancient Graveminds and absorbed those lost civilizations. Not the same individual expression, the same organism, the same patient, biological, unhurried, comprehensive persistence that has been present in the galaxy since before the galaxy had a name for it. Something about this, about the sheer duration of the flood's presence, about the depth of the history that a single dormant spore carries within it, about the patience that is not a quality the flood possesses so much as a condition it simply is, produces, in the mind that has followed this story to its end, a quality of feeling that is not quite horror and not quite awe, but something that contains elements of both and that resembles, more than either of those alone, the feeling that very large things produce in the mind that is trying to hold them. The night sky produces it, the deep ocean produces it. The age of stars produces it. The knowledge that the light arriving from distant stars left those stars before the current era's civilizations existed. That the universe is so much larger and so much older than any single point within it, that the size and the age are not really comprehensible in the way that small and near things are comprehensible, only approachable, only circled at a distance, only gestured at by the mind that is trying to register what it cannot contain. The flood produces this feeling, not because the flood is beautiful, it is not, except perhaps in the cold and terrible way that things of very high biological complexity are sometimes beautiful when examined without the emotional register that the biological complexity is designed to produce, but because the flood is old, in the way that the deep ocean is old, in the way that geological time is old, in a way that makes the histories of the civilizations that encountered it feel like events that happened very close to now, regardless of when they actually occurred. The night is very quiet. It is quiet in the installation, where the monitor moves through its rounds, and the containment systems maintain their calibration, and the dormant spore breathes its minimal breath. It is quiet in whatever room you are in now, wherever in the world the telling of this story has found you, whatever hour the clock shows in your particular corner of the turning night. The quiet is the same quiet. The installation and the room you are in are separated by whatever distance and whatever circumstances separate them, but the quiet that the end of a long story produces in the mind that has been listening to it is the same quiet that the installation has always had, the quiet of something maintained, something watched over, something kept in its current state by the continuous attentiveness of systems designed to keep it there. The flood does not know you are there. This is the particular comfort that this story's horror is built to provide. The comfort that is not the absence of the frightening thing, but the presence of the distance between it and you. The comfort of the pause, the comfort of the monitor watching, and the containment holding, and the array waiting in its ready state in the installations beyond the galaxy's edge. The flood does not know you are there. You are above the threshold, and you are a living mind, and the flood would use you if it could reach you, with the same thoroughness, and the same efficiency, and the same complete lack of malice, that it has always used everything within its reach. But it cannot reach you. The containment holds. The monitor watches. The distance between the dormant spore and the room where you are listening to this story is a distance maintained by 100,000 years of Forerunner engineering and attentive automated caretaking, and the institutional memory of civilizations that have faced the flood and survived and carried forward the knowledge of what surviving requires. You are in the pause. Everything you are and everything around you is in the pause. The pause is real, and the things in it are real, and the quiet of the end of a long story settling into the quiet of the place where you are listening to it is real, and the weight of the story in the mind that has been following it, the accumulated weight of the spore and the combat form and the carrier form and the pure form and the Gravemind and the Precursors and the betrayal and the dust and the Faru and the ancient vessels drifting in the dark and the array firing and the silence of 100,000 years of monitored dormancy. This weight does not demand anything of the mind that is now carrying it. It only asks to be held for a moment, in the way that very large things ask to be held for a moment, before the mind releases them into the dark, where they live, and returns to the smaller and nearer things that the night contains. The flood is out there, in the dark of the installations, breathing very slowly. The monitor watches. The containment holds, and the night continues, and the galaxy turns on its axis, with the patient indifference of something that has been turning for longer than the flood has existed, and that will be turning long after the question of the flood's final resolution. Whether it has one, what it looks like, which civilization finds it, and at what cost, has been answered or has been rendered unanswerable by circumstances that neither the flood nor anything else in the current galaxy can fully anticipate. Sleep now. The story has reached its end, and the end is not a resolution but a returning. To the spore, to the quiet, to the installation's hum, and the monitor's rounds, and the dark that has always been there, and that the flood has always been part of, and that you are listening from the edge of, in a room somewhere in the world, at whatever hour the clock shows, settled into the particular stillness that follows a very long journey through the things that exist in the deep dark of the galaxy's history. The spore breathes, the monitor watches, the night is very quiet and very large, and you are in it, and the distance between where you are and where the flood is has been maintained for 100,000 years by systems that do not rest, and will not rest, and will continue their maintenance whether you are awake or sleeping, whether you are attending to them or not, with the same patient thoroughness that the Forerunners built into everything they made for the long term. The quiet is yours, the dark is the flood's, and it is very far away, and the night will carry you, and the story is complete.